Wait, why are we pogging? I was not paying that much attention. Did something exciting happen? That's a lot of HP on the old milkman. Oh yeah, I should probably say hello. Hello everybody, welcome to the Stream. I'm your host, Tom, and today is Friday. Some people call it Friday, but it is the last Friday before Christmas. And the second last Friday of the entire calendar year. Isn't that exciting? Darkest timeline. Oh yeah, I forgot to turn the lights on. I'm trying to decide whether I want to turn the lights on, because if I don't, then the lights are off, and then which is nice. But I could also turn the lights on, and then it would be brighter in here. I can't decide. I'll figure that out later. What's up, everybody? Yeah, so it was a little later than usual today. Main reason was just I had a lot of stuff to do. It's Christmas time, and I want to be able to spend time with friends and family, so I took some time this morning to be able to go out and do a couple things, you know, see some people. A lot of people are off on vacation doing things, so yeah. Just want to make sure that I'm taking time appropriately during this holiday season. And that involves sometimes some weird time on the old streaming schedule. So, but yeah, we're back at it with some more Dungeons & Dragons Online. For those of you that missed the past couple of days, I'm playing my character Shrimtomb, who's a level 25 wizard. Almost level 26, very close actually. With a 56 intelligence. And that my number might not seem crazy, but you'll notice if I mouse over here, I have a +5 tome, because last time on stream, my character managed to get 5169 favor. How exciting is that? I can actually go collect up some more grave favor if I wanted, and go get some even more DDO points, or not DDO points, but extra hit points, which would be kind of cool. And I probably will go and do that eventually. Also picking up extra stats from... Oh, did I finish Purple Dragon Knight? I think so, unless there's another rank. Is that a full rank? I don't know. But anyways, so we're working at it. I was taking some time to also look at some of the favorite leaderboards, do some other stuff, and it's interesting. There's somebody with 6,700 favor, which is such a crazy number. So yeah, I feel lucky to be a part of the above 5,000 club, although I'm not too high on the list. Also, Smile Life, welcome back to the stream team. Appreciate the support. 36 months is 3 calendar years. Continually. Damn, that's crazy. Yeah. Well, because, like, how do I get there? Where's the key? The key. Where's the old key? Key. Is it a consumable? I think it's a consumable. Yeah, it is. Key. Also, I don't need this anymore. Or oil of serious repair. Oh, I'm busy. Hold on. Game says I am, in fact, busy. And there we go. I can get rid of this. But yeah, so if I go over here, why did I come to Evening Star? Oh man, it's that door thing where I like forget why I came into a certain area to do something. I came to Evening Star for a reason. I was just talking about it. Was it favor? No, it couldn't have been favor. Huh. Well, that's unfortunate. Anyways, I needed to come to Evening Star anyway to do some quests. Check Harper's in favor. Oh yeah, PDK favor. That's it. Yeah. I hate that feeling. Like, I'm so bad at that. It's one of the reasons why I sometimes struggle to get things done during the day, because seriously, doors, any transition, I like immediately forget who I am and where I am and what I'm doing. It's a weird thing. I'm sure it happens to people that aren't me, but yeah, that's what I got going on. Oh, Milkman's here. Level 27. This guy is zooming. He's got lots of experience points. Holy crap. Anywho, I'm going to be continuing on the adventure, going up to... Oh, we got level 70 at some point. That's kind of cool. Good job, team. Great job, everybody. More guilds recruiting, more people playing, holiday season, a seasoning. Catacombs on Reaper mode? This person did the whole Catacombs on Reaper, level 24, and they're still alive? Genuinely kind of impressive, actually. That's very, very exciting. Now, I do want to just level up, and I'm excited to just level up, because I want to join some of these groups. Look at these people with their Reaper mode and all that. I'd love to be able to jump in there. However, something I have to do way before I do that is get my character to cap, and one of the things I want to do along the way to get to cap is to pick up and grab all of the remaining Harper Favor, because Harper Favor is very good. So I'm going to go open up a group for Druid's Deep, and hopefully it'll be a grand time. So we'll get all the Favor finished off for Harpers, and I can get my big Harper pin. That's the idea anyway. Evening Star. Got a Vecna group that's farming items. Nice. Character's almost done? Nice. Look at that. That's exciting. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Like I said, the past... I don't know what it is. And I don't know if it was because of like coffee or something else, or maybe I just spent too much time in the sun. Man, my brain is like super tired today. It's like very sleepy for some reason. I think it has something to do with, like I said, like the amount of time I spent in the sun. I need to spend more time in the dark. I'm like a vampire. Yeah, Pilgrim's Peril, the thing is, a lot of people are doing it on Reaper mode, or on, like, Reaper 4 or something like that. The extra hard quests are not that hard on Elite difficulty. The monsters really don't hit that hard. Did you get the ring that you wanted?
The head priest stands. Head priest Jaskier says,
Because I need to,
take that key on the table.
I'll probably need to do that as well.
It opens, I'm afraid. There's another one around here.
Nice, look at that.
I'm sure it will turn up.
Alright.
As the
I wish I had, like, if there was a way to cast all your buff spells slightly faster, that'd be amazing. There isn't, but it'd be nice if there was. Right, I can't do that. Fireball? This? Mental Honing. So, I get these stacks called Mental Honing now, every time I hit a monster. And I generate these Mental Honing stacks, which gives me a bunch of crit, which is very exciting. It lets me crit really hard and do a bunch of damage.
Magical might did not protect him.
And so, as a result, my character ended up hitting people for thousands upon thousands of damage, which is great. I was hitting people for like 20,000 yesterday. I did a little bit of salt marching after stream was over, helping people farm some gear. And I ended up, you know, hitting monsters for upwards of 40,000 damage. And I'm still in the leveling process, which is kind of cool. So this character is going to do a lot of damage when we actually finish everything else. PoE farming, though, was unfortunate. Aw, man. It sucks when people die, especially when you're farming something like either simple or not super dangerous, but either somebody takes like too much of a risk or isn't paying enough attention or is unfamiliar with the content. And then you end up having people kind of die, especially in those scenarios, which is always like a feel-bad moment. Like, I always feel bad if anybody dies in my groups. Sometimes people will die in ways that are like entirely self-inflicted, and there's not a whole lot you can do in those scenarios. Because sometimes people just die. They just don't pay that much attention, and they end up getting like absolutely bodied because they are not doing what they're supposed to be doing. But it's not going to happen all the time, but it does happen some of the time. Yeah, so when I have all my stats up, my character's at 180 spell crit multi, which is pretty sweet. And, yeah, should be doing that. Sometimes people death count. Death count?
That, head priest Jaskier
You mean they're just going for, like, a high score, getting as many deaths as possible?
The quarantine area
Also, what's up, Young Knight? How you doing?
Appears. The infection is far more advanced with him.
I did get a couple interesting items for this character that I'm pretty excited about. But, again, for the most part, this character's pretty straightforward. I do like having the combination of both Iceberg as well as Thunderstroke, which is nice. Really helps out in terms of the overall damage total. Yep, it is disabled. So /death, you can't use it on Hardcore League. It's good that they disabled that. Some people are like, why would they disable that? They should, you know, let people make a bad decision. And I'm like, I don't know. I'm okay with the people not having that happen. It does put a progress bar on your screen, but yeah. It's not like it's instant. Welcome. We just finished Outbreak and are on Overgrowth. What are your thoughts on EK Sork 18-2 favorite soul for haste and trance? Yeah, it's probably fine. I have an 18-1-1, 18 favorite soul, or 18 sorcerer, 1 favorite soul, 1 monk. The one monk is so that I can get the Henshin Mystic, which gives 1 more imbue dice. I get haste boost from Vistani Knife Fighter instead, and I get the also the Henshin Mystic tree, which allows me to debuff a monster so they take 10% more of a single elements and damage. And I do that for fire, and I do almost exclusively fire damage. So it helps out tremendously there. Yeah, Arcane Supremacy is really crazy.
As you
It's very
enter
good.
Uth Lodge, you are greeted only by silence.
I do like
and a
Arcane
strange
Supremacy.
smell. A smell like a weed-choked
Again, I got the mental honing. Crap.
vines, woodland creatures,
Come
and
on, open the door.
Lodge.
Open the door. Arcane Supremacy is counting down. Open the door. Open the door. Oh. I will say, the one downside of Arcane Supremacy, somebody likened it yesterday to the Conduit Shrines in Diablo 3. And yeah, it's exactly like a Conduit Shrine in Diablo 3. Where, like, you get a Conduit Shrine, which is a button that literally kills every monster nearby you, and is, like, the best thing in the game for clear speed. And then when you click it, there are no monsters on your screen, no matter how fast you go. You get, like, 8,000% movement speed, zoom across the entire map, and it's just the entire place is empty. They're the most dissatisfying shrines in the game. Because you might get the 1 in 10,000 chance of there actually being a single monster spawning within, like, 100,000 yards. But most of the time you get nothing.
A lithe, gray-clad figure.
Is Destruction or War Domain better for Punch Cleric?
Or foe.
Probably, like, Fire Domain, so you can cast spells and deal damage as opposed to trying to avoid doing that. That's what I would say.
Something rustles in the deep
Here we go.
foliage.
Welcome.
A second woodwolf can just
That's what I would do.
be seen standing deep within it.
Alright, I can't hit that guy. I hate this quest because of the overgrowths that cover up the whole screen. I know that's like the whole point, it's literally called overgrowth, but yeah, it's annoying. But yeah, War Domain is better, because you need to get +1 critical threat range and multi from somewhere if you're playing as a melee, and you're going to get that from War Domain. You don't get that from Destruction. Destruction Domain, because it doesn't give critical threat range or multiplier, is only good if you're using, like,
It would seem
daggers, basically, and Vistani Knife Fighter.
with unnatural force.
Can't see anything, fuck! Just like, I just want to hit the monsters, but I can't even see them. Stuff in front of your screen.
Taken notice of the
Anyway.
disturbance.
18,000.
Not see, please.
Feels good.
Falls, defeated.
I should go take 26.
The
I'm taking
air
26 so I can get
is
Macro Tech.
chilled
And then what do I want at a Macro Tech?
That smell. The smell of
I don't know.
Look sharp! To arms! Well,
Bio my
met.
hand bones down to
I
fine
had
points. You
grown
probably
weary
could do
of
that.
naught
That's
but
how the Razor
bark
Claw
and
Shifter
leaves
works.
for company.
You think it's
You
because they have
are
sharp
aware
claws and
this
not because they
place
file
is
their
far
bones
from
down.
Safe, yes? But of course you are. Danger is an old song in your songbook, I can see.
Oh no! Larlindra was slain by a non-localized trap at level
I am
18.
a
What a
hound.
bad circumstance. You
You've
hate to see
heard
it.
of our order? As much by smell as by sight. It is clear
What a
that Dryad
unfortunate
and
circumstance.
Tree are the source of the corruption.
Yeah, this quest has always bothered me because of the like whole overgrowths that cover the screen. 'Cause you can't see whatever's going on; it just gets in the way. It makes me like very grateful of video games that don't do that to you, where when something is in front of the camera, it'll blur it so you can still see through it. So as opposed to doing this, you'll still see what's going on. So that'd be nice. And newbie friendly. Yeah, so the thing about Dungeons and Dragons Online is that they kind of shot themselves in the foot in terms of their accessibility, because the game is fast-paced because there is a benefit for like leveling outside of just being at the level cap, but leveling repeatedly gives you more and more stats. So the more you level, the more stats you get, and because the grind is very long, if you think about it in terms of like just the math of it, if I take off 1 minute per quest during my leveling process, like I just level 1 minute faster in each adventure that I do, then if you think about doing 200 quests, that's 200 minutes per past life. which is not a huge amount of time, but that is like 3 hours. And if I do like 13 past lives, which is racial completionist, well, that's like 3 hours times 13, which is like almost 40 hours, which is almost 2 days of total playtime that you're basically improving your speed on. And so you're going to get to your goal 2 days of game time faster. And that's just for class completionists, not including the even more further on heroic and racial completionists and all that other stuff. And so it's kind of a scenario where I agree. I think it would be nice if there's a way for like the game to be not so fast paced. But also, we're kind of at the point where the reason that it is the way it is not really ever going to change, which I agree is like kind of unfortunate. SSG would have to change how the grind system works in the game so that people didn't want to constantly reset. And I don't know if they're going to do that ever. So I have a feeling that that's never going to change. What's up, Cyrus? How are you doing today?
This waterfall remains clean, pure, untouched by the corruption.
How's it hanging? Is halfling no overgrown in your face? Oh yeah, exactly. That's the reason. Yeah, 188 total pass lives, something like that. Although to be fair, epic, get off of me. Epic pass lives aren't as destructive, I think, to the general path. But yeah, I do wish that that was something you could change. Slow down. Do you have any build reviews in queue? I think so. I think I have one. I think somebody submitted one. I haven't done it. I don't want to do any build reviews today. I'm like just super out of it and very tired. I did a bunch of stuff this morning, and then when I got home, for some reason, I don't know, I like fell asleep. I just like straight up fell asleep. I just like took a second. I'm like, I'm gonna nap for a second in my bed, and then I slept for like 3 hours, which is not ideal. I don't know why I felt that way. I got a good sleep. I don't know. I'm just tired. Now I'm congested because I slept or something. I don't know. I'm just congested now. Who knows? Maybe I'm sick. Hopefully not. But I can check the queue and see what we got. Let me see here. Also, every time I want to check the queue, I press the wrong button. There's two buttons. Check the queue and change the settings. Every time I want to check the queue, I change the settings. And every time I want to change the settings, I check the queue. It's hard for my brain to wrap its grubby fingers around it. I have 2 requests. One from Sarkfa and one from Fairy for Affa's build. Affa never submitted his build. And I still got to do Sarkfa's build review.
The cat probably slept on your face while you napped, hence the congestion.
No, she didn't. I would notice.
The surrounding groups weaken, and a pack of enraged bears bursts through.
Oh god. I'm taking a lot of damage from these things. This sucks.
The great bear falls.
Oh well, they all died.
Bear and her druid companion
You're here now? That's right.
The source of the corruption destroyed. The silence that follows.
But it's just 1 or 2 shotting all the enemies? I mean, it doesn't have to be, though. That's an optional thing. If you increase the difficulty, you don't really 1- and 2-shot enemies anymore. If you begin the game and you play on normal difficulty, you are going to kill pretty much every monster in one hit as you play. Normal difficulty, if you're somebody who is familiar with video games and you come from another video game, you are probably going to have the experience that DDO is very easy because normal mode is very easy. Normal mode is meant to, what's the right word for this? Meant to appeal to, I guess, the lowest common denominator. Like, anybody is able to play normal difficulty. It's meant to be accessible to somebody with no video game experience or no D&D experience. Whereas moving into hard or elite or the Reaper mode difficulties add a lot of longevity to several monsters. Now, obviously, with the the content that I'm doing, the group that I'm in, yeah, my character is going to be vaporizing everything. But, from the perspective of somebody who's been playing the game for a huge amount of time, that's going to be the case, where, like, I'm going to be getting through things quickly because I have the game experience and I've been doing this for a very long time, as opposed to, somebody in their first run is going to be having the same experience with the content that I'm currently having, if that makes sense. Which, again, I don't know if that's like a great thing. I do think there's definitely some content issues there. The content delivery, especially at the beginning, because as a free-to-play player, you're only really able to play the game on normal, unless you want to repeat quests, means that you end up playing a bunch of adventures, not really ever getting challenged, and then putting the game down. And I don't really know how they solve that problem, other than letting people play more things. What I've said is that make it so normal and hard are both available to free-to-play players initially. So people who get started don't feel like there is no challenge in the game, because if they feel like they're not being challenged, they can just click hard difficulty every time. It also means that if you want to do extra content, like to unlock things, or to have even more challenge, you go into elite difficulty, where hopefully on hard difficulty the traps won't instantly kill you, but on elite the traps will instantly kill you if you're not paying attention.
Without the primal magic.
Yep, exactly. Normal difficulty was made for people who use the pre-made builds. It's a good way to describe it.
Enough to break.
Again, I do wish it was not the case, but
In the depths
it
of
is
the pool,
what it is.
A tunnel is just barely visible.
Dungeons & Dragons Online can definitely be a game that can be difficult to get into and get started with,
Fish.
which is one of the reasons why it doesn't really grow like a lot of other video games do. Like, compare and contrast a game like Dungeons & Dragons Online to a game like World of Warcraft, you might look at these two games and think that they're entirely different. And on some levels they kind of are, but they still share a lot of commonality in terms of one thing. They're video games that need to make money by attracting new players,
Light
both of them.
shines
Now, the way in
brightly
which
from
they do
above.
that is very different.
You have passed
Obviously, World of
through the
Warcraft is very
tunnels
well
to
known,
somewhere
but this is going to sound crazy to some people. Dungeons & Dragons is also fairly well known. So Dungeons & Dragons Online does get a bump from people hearing about Dungeons & Dragons, wanting to play Dungeons & Dragons, going into Google and typing in Dungeons & Dragons Online, and finding this game instead of what they were actually looking for. So it's not like people can't actually find it and be able to play it. However, one of the, as I said, the core issues is that once they get in, a game like World of Warcraft has some hand-holding, but gives you a lot of varied content and interesting challenges pretty much right away to kind of get you hooked, and makes the game simple enough that you can start to understand the basics of the system. Because worst case scenario, if you are playing the game and you get an item, if it has a green number on it, you know it's good and you want to use it. And so you always get these constant feeling of like, I am doing good, I am improving, I am getting better, things are changing. Because you get new abilities, new skills, you don't have to go to town, you can keep playing, you can explore, you can do whatever you want. Whereas DDO is like, it just doesn't have the same pacing, and things aren't obvious in this game. Also, we've talked about this before, but like 80% of the mechanics are like things that most people don't even understand at all, and they just kind of play the game and hope that they don't run into it, like spell penetration, or like a lot of people just don't even know what that means at all. And not saying there's anything wrong with that in terms of like, you know, the fact that the game is complicated, like SSG needs to change it, but those types of accessibility things really heavily impact how people view it and how people get started. That's right, I'm live. Yes. I'm following your Blightcaster on your first life, and I found you have to run on normal? You have to run on normal? Okay, so what? So then let me ask you a question. What is preventing you from playing on the higher difficulty? Like if you wanted to try running on hard difficulty, what's preventing you from doing that? Or what would you say is the biggest challenge or the hurdle? Like you tried to do it, and then something happened and it didn't work, and then you ran into trouble.
I don't know where your precious nobleman is.
You take a ton of damage.
Can't have his staff back anyway.
That is always going to be a problem. Taking damage is something you have to learn to mitigate
But
in this
you-
game.
you have no
Unlike
place
a lot of
in
video
my
games, I think what
thoughts.
helps, not helps, but like a big change that a lot of people experience, especially if they're not familiar with DDO, is that positioning is really important. And so what I mean by that is you'll notice that my character is doing this. I'm like jumping around all the time. It's not just because I am bored or I have like ADD or something. It's because being away from monsters will save you a ton of damage. And there are a lot of people that they do this. They just kind of stand there. They like find a monster and then they stand and then they start casting spells. And then the monsters will get in their face and start beating them to death. And they can't really do a whole lot about that because the monsters will attack them very quickly. Now, some of that can be due to just, you know, not really knowing you can move and cast spells at the same time, because a lot of video games don't let you do that. Some of that can be due to the fact that there are people out there that, you know, just don't have the keyboard and mouse ability, whether that's because they don't have practice, they're new to the game, or they might, you know, there are people out there that have like accessibility issues where they, you know, only maybe they're playing with one hand or something, because they struggle with those sorts of things. And so I would say that more than half of the damage that you take in DDO can be mitigated with keyboard and mouse. Just like moving around a little bit better and spacing better, you'll be fine. Does DDO have attacks of opportunity? No, because it's a live... Well, yes and no. No, it doesn't have attacks of opportunity in the sense that monsters will attack you for walking away because it's a live action game. There are no turns. But monsters will attack you when you are in range with them. So if you are in range as a spellcaster and you are not going away or getting out of the way or trying to protect yourself, then you are going to get killed really quickly and really easily.
I shall attend to it in a trice.
Happy Monday.
Happy Monday, Mojo Fett. Welcome back to the stream team. Appreciate the support. You're having a fantastic day. Glad to have you here. Like, movement and mobility and the positioning is like one of the most important things in the entire game. Where you are standing is so where you're standing and how much you move is so integral to your defense in this game. You have to understand that the DDO is not hit scan. What I mean by that is in a lot of MMORPGs, if you click on a monster and click an ability, then the effect will always go off. So if I'm playing World of Warcraft and I'm playing Hunter, if I click one of my buttons like Arcane Shot, there is no circumstance. If I click that button and the monster is in range, that the monster will avoid the attack. The monster could go behind a rock, and my arrow will go and curve with the monster and fly through the rock and hit them because I pressed the button when I could see them. 100% that works. DDO doesn't have that. Dungeons & Dragons Online has a physics system. And so, hi, road. As a result of the physics system, if a monster throws an arrow or shoots an arrow at you, you can step out of the way of the arrow and take 0 damage. Standing still in Dungeons & Dragons Online is so incredibly detrimental to your character's ability to survive, you pretty much never want to do it. The only characters that ever want to stand still are tanks, and even then, usually they'll fidget or, you know, shuffle in place as opposed to standing still, because it's so bad for standing still.
But I'll have you know I'm more capable than you think.
Oh, and there's nothing wrong with staying on normal. It's mostly just like a question I always ask people. Because I would like to think, not I would like to think, when I tried the Blightcaster for the first time, I ran with no items through Reaper mode on a First Life Blightcaster, and it was crazy how easy it was. But, you know, I obviously come from the experience, or the place of having a lot of experience with the game and being familiar with a lot of the mechanics, and so obviously my experience is not going to be representative of everybody's experience, and that I recognize. But, you know, if I can impart some wisdom onto people that might need it, you know, I'd like to be able to help out wherever I can by giving people some possible insights. And one of those insights is, if you don't move, you're going to die. But yeah, 100%. Like, that's one of the reasons why DDO is great with the different difficulty settings, is you can learn these things in the lower environment. You know, if you can learn how to get through quests without even taking a single hit, that's fantastic. Also, hirelings are great. Yeah, if you've been avoiding using hirelings for any particular reason, there's no reason to. There's no penalty for using a hireling. All they do is give you an extra body that'll either take hits for you, or if you grab a cleric hireling, they'll like straight up heal you, which is fantastic.
Sounds like someone stirred
That's
up
15
an
divines. It's pretty good.
Something tells me the Netherese didn't educate their hired muscle about the local fauna.
You can afford it though, so you're fine. You're all set. You're good. Yeah, hirelings are great. They help out tremendously. Oh, welcome. And I cannot recommend them enough. Like I said, there's a group of people on the internet, and you'll find them in the forums and trolling different places that will tell you that you shouldn't use hirelings, or that hirelings doesn't count as solo or something. Use hirelings. those people are
Don't
idiots.
be fooled by her cheerful demeanor. This
There are
one's
no
actually
negative consequences for using hirelings if you're playing by yourself. Use hirelings.
Oh, this confirms what I
20,000 damage.
There's an elite mercenary team the Netherese sent after the scroll.
Yeah, exactly. So I wouldn't call it a mistake. You know, it's just a good it's a good skill to learn and to begin to use and to perfect. Is, you know, just getting used to using hirelings. Yeah, and the other thing too that's nice is whenever you get started, like, realistically, there's no wrong way to play. As long as you're having fun, that's really all that matters. Dungeons & Dragons Online is not a competitive video game. It's an MMO where we all log in and play our cool, fun characters. So, there are some people that treat certain elements of the game as competitive. You know, like your super high-end raiding scene or so, or whatever. People trying to do the hardest content on the hardest difficulty. But that's like literally less than 100 people. So, it's not the majority of the gameplay experience. Yeah, I need to, oh, what was the other thing? I need to get a, I need to buy augments. Yeah, Frogo is really nice. This Ulmarsh. Just need to make sweeping changes for it. Well, I've said this before, but like, you know, the only way the development staff is ever going to make changes to PvP is if the players can prove that there's an interest in PvP. So, like, in Path of Exile, the development staff invested a lot of money in PvP. Where's Benson? Path of Exile, they invested a ton of money in PvP and making PvP changes. And they only did that because of the players who were doing PvP already. They had their own special PvP leagues and their own rules. And so they were like, oh, you guys have these special low-level dueling rules, and they just made it so you can make characters that fit the rule set right away. And then they did a little bit of balancing. And something like that makes a lot of sense because it's less work for them because people have already figured out what it is they want. Whereas, like, in DDO, there is no current interest. And so, unless there is some type of interest, making a PvP change or adding stuff is not going to affect how people, like, perceive player versus player in DDO. Like, if they could make a bunch of changes and make it super fun, it's not going to make people play it. Just PvP was more like 1 week. Yep. It did. I mean, especially when in Path of Exile they added the special PvP.
Could work.
When they added the Battle Royale, Path of Exile Royale, and they're like, we're gonna have this will be a mainstay mode. We're gonna update it every week with all sorts of stuff. And Path of Exile Royale was maybe like a 3-week event, and they turned it off because the player base was so low you couldn't fill a game with 100 players. Because it's like that's just not what people wanted.
Watch out.
It's a great yearly event that they do at April Fools or like April 1st. But outside of that, not a great event in total.
Well, how about that?
People just didn't care.
I'm glad we dealt with that headache. Ah, well. Now go and open up the artifact container.
Best PvPer in DDO? I mean, maybe. Why not?
The Nether Scroll fragment should no longer be a threat to the operation. Now
All right. Next up is Lost in the Swamp.
Feel free to take anything else you find inside.
Oh, my ears all itchy. I don't know what level I'm going to get to today. I don't think I'm going to cap out, but I'm going to try. Yeah, nowadays the problem with PvP in DDO is Ruin. Ruin bad in PvP? Ruin's not bad in PvP. Ruin's great in PvP. Yeah, except Spell Absorb eats up one of each spell. So, Meteor Swarm eats up 10 uses of Spell Absorb. You just have to stay at a range till you get rid of somebody's Spell Absorption. And you only have to go through 50. Not really. What's gonna kill you?
Seamus's directions to the giant felled oak.
No, they're not.
Lead into the cave tunnel and deeper into the swamp.
Do fortification. Immunity to sneak attack. And critical hits. Bows are not going to do anything. Melees are staggeringly bad in PvP. Melees and range characters. Because it's ever all crit based. And you can't critically hit anybody.
A massive tree looms in the midst of the bog ahead.
But yeah. As I said, you'd have to have people actually organize and create some type of PvP oriented event or something, and I don't think we'll ever see that in DDO, so that's why I'm not really, it's not something I think about, or I think most people think about at all when it comes to Dungeons and Dragons. Yeah, also being able to double multi-vial people is pretty good as well. Also, the problem with PvP as well, if we're just talking a 1v1 one life, then yeah, then that would obviously be the case. But if you're talking any type of round-based PvP, whether it's like, you know, best 3 out of 5, you're gonna run out of spell absorb.
The old hermit Seamus waits to speak with you near the giant fallen oak just ahead.
It's very toxic. All PvP communities are very toxic.
The massive tree trunk ends as the tunnel abruptly turns to the right.
It's the reason why PvP MMOs don't work, and they all fail. Every single one of them is because PvP MMOs are parasitic, or not parasitic, but they basically they have to eat their own player base, and the older players become worse, become like worse and worse agitators of the community. Because the older you are and the longer you've been playing the game, the better you are at it, and the worse you make the experience for newer players. It's like, there's a game I play with my brother sometimes called Depth, and it's a pretty fun game. It's like this PvP shooter where you're underwater, and it's sharks versus divers, and it's kind of like an extraction shooter. Not extraction shooter, but it's like you like escort a payload. And it's a cool concept. But the problem with the game is that like not a lot of people really play it as much. So what happens is you go and you get a lobby and you're playing with a couple of the new people, and you're like playing with one guy who is like, it's his first game, and you're playing with another guy who's got like 20 games under his belt. You've got maybe like 50. And then you play against 2 sharks who are both level 100 with over 4,000 games under their belt, and you lose. Again and again and again and again, because almost every shark player has thousands of games under their belt. And the problem is there's just not enough people playing, so there's an extremely high chance you're playing against somebody who plays this game like it's their full-time job. And eventually you get tired of losing, so you just quit and take a break. And those people have thousands of games, whether it's sunk cost or I don't know, they just like don't quit. And the same thing happens in other games as well. It's not just that one.
No longer a threat to Lost Souls Swamp. Find Seamus.
I'm not saying they can't make PvP games, but I'm saying PvP games that require investment are very, very difficult to do.
Hidden treasure room.
And a game as open as DDO. The closest rule set I ever came up with, in terms of just like sitting and lying in bed late at night thinking about it, was level 10, first life characters only. 28 through 32 point builds are fine, but level 10 is the maximum level. Randomly generated gear only, no tomes, and Warlock is banned. And that would be my PvP ideal rule set. Then your casters have enough mana to really be crazy for longer matches. The big spells aren't out there. You can get reasonable saving throws to defend yourself from things. No one gets tier 5s, which is most of your crazy abilities. You don't have any extra things to worry about, like freedom of movement on items and stuff, because you only have randomly generated gear to worry about. And Warlock is banned because Warlock does almost exclusively force damage, which is non-resistible, or evil damage, which is also non-resistible. And so you just have characters that literally can always kill you every time, and then you can't stop them.
The courtyard grows quiet as the last of the
Yeah.
foes fall.
That was my thought process behind it.
Villager beckons you
I think it would make the most sense. And I'd be like, but then you ban Warlock. It's my favorite class. Like, yeah, but it doesn't really work.
A voice calls out, "Help! Help!
And it has no resource system. And it has Evard's Black Tentacles, which is a broken spell. So yeah, it's like there's like 10 reasons as to why you ban Warlock. Game a waste of time, yep. Fiendish Arpeggio. Yeah, Fiendish Arpeggio is also pretty good. I imagine Melf's Acid Arrow would also be pretty deadly right now. Because you just go Melf's SLA on Acid Sork, and then get people from across the map for like 1 billion damage.
You hear it beating.
There's nothing that anybody can do about it.
Barn key, along with a warning.
What's up, Milo de Venus? How are you
Touch anything
doing?
but that key. I keep all my valuables
But yeah.
in that chest.
Also, and I'm going to say this as well, do you know how many video games there are?
As you enter the bar,
Like, do you know how many video games exist on planet Earth? We don't need PvP and DDO. If you want to play PvP, just go pick one of the PvP games out there that's like more balanced in the same theme. There are PvP spell magic melee spellcasty type games. It's crazy, I know, but yeah.
As the wizard incants a summoning spell.
Obviously, go play a different game isn't like the best solution for games like, or a company like Sandstone Games who wants to get everybody to play their video game. But like, yeah, that's what's going on here? That's the key there. Yeah, because like, just go play League of Legends. League of Legends is the PvP that you want. It's like significantly more balanced. It's got lots of players that want to play it. There's like a big reward in the main servers. Put your leaderboard standing on the line. That would be interesting. Yeah, also Dungeons & Dragons is not a great system for PvP because player abilities are balanced around monsters in multiple encounters and not blowing everything in one go.
Come up here.
In the end of my last campaign, we did a PvP thing with like, there were 2 campaigns that were running simultaneously. And so there was our campaign and another campaign that were being run by 2 different DMs in the same world. And so, did somebody send me a Discord link?
It's not
Okay,
clear
hold on.
what value
Your shit got hacked.
worried about.
Careful. Always be mindful about your shit getting hacked.
There is nowhere to be seen.
And I
Not
gotta ban them from my
surprising,
Discord.
as
Hold
the
on, I gotta ban somebody
sellswords
from my
have
Discord real
ransacked
quick.
the tavern in their search for the scroll
Server
piece.
settings. Members, bans.
A smooth voice
Yeah.
issues from the cellar. The wizard's voice goes cold. Are you lying? Or do you really not know where he is?
Okay, we're good, we're good, we're good.
No matter. Either way, you're useless. I grow impatient.
But yeah, it's not really designed, sorry, the PvP event, it's not really designed for that, so what ended up happening is we ended up going against the other team, and they had this class called the Artificer, and the Artificer has an ability called, I think it's like Flash of Genius in Pen and Paper, and what Flash of Genius does is it allows them to use a reaction to give people a bonus to their saves based on their intelligence a number of times a day equal to their intelligence. And so in this very short fight, they could do that 5 times.
With the last of the bartender.
And so we literally, you can't hit anybody with any spells or effects because they just get an automatic +5 every time you try to do anything. And it was like, well, we lost.
No, he never gave
The entire fight was predicated on this one ability from Artificer that's like, just such a crazy effect. But it makes more sense if it's like, well, you can use it multiple times in a day, but, you know, the days are long. So you might have like 3 combats in a day. So you end up like not using all of, or you end up using them in like piecewise, if that makes sense. But in one fight, it's like too much. Again, Pen and Paper's not really balanced like that.
The bartender points at the promissory note on the wall.
They might succeed with their Master Artificer.
One side of the parchment reads,
Artificer is good in
"I
DDO.
promise to
It's just
pay
not the
1
best.
platinum and 3 gold in return for
How
beverages
much
rendered."
time? There
Yet we
is
turn the
until
scrap over.
February 6th.
You see arcane symbols and ancient writing. You have found a piece of the Nether Scroll.
Yeah, you can still do tavern PvP if you want.
This once bustling village is strangely silent. No townspeople can
Like, a lot of
be seen,
people
and many of the windows are
don't like
shuttered.
the
Other
DDO Tavern
villagers
PvP
hide
because they have fun until they get obliterated by something they didn't even understand.
Worse.
And that's a lot of MMO PvP, where like you play and then you get exploded by something you didn't even know existed because the game is too broad. An interaction, a spell, an ability, something like that, and then you're just donezo. Like, imagine thinking you're hot shit
The
and then getting
once
hit
proud
by
castle has fallen to ruin.
Earth, Dark Earth,
Inaccessible
and you
save
fail your
for
saving
some
throw,
few
and then you can't do anything for an
rooms
entire minute,
now adventurers
and there's nothing you can do. You're just
stand
your
around
character's
the
broken for a
campfire,
minute.
telling a dwarven
Whoops.
merchant has a makeshift store in the ruins. It may be wise to make sure your supplies.
I agree.
are well
PvP,
stocked.
PvP and ESO is fun.
This old fireplace sits. The rear of the fireplace opens smoothly, pulled open by some hidden mechanism. Netherese
Yeah.
agents. They
For
must
those that
be
don't know what
searching
Earth Dark
the
Earth is,
spot
it's a nausea effect, so it nauseates you. It's impossible to be immune to nauseate, because you can be immune to poison, but it's not from a poison, it's just a nauseate. And it's a stunning DC, so monks can get over 140, so everyone is going to fail it. And then if you get hit by it, it is just one entire minute with no additional saves of you being incapable of doing anything.
Lone staff stands
For a minute.
suspiciously in the center of this room.
Okay. Oh, Milkman can strength this, because he's Milkman. Nice. Sounds nauseating. Yeah, it's pretty great.
Kelden's sing-song voice emanates from the Netherese staff.
It's very useful for like not hardcore, for dealing with Reapers, because you can hit like famines and they can't do anything for a minute. It's pretty useful. The downside is you have to be a dark monk, which nobody is for a lot of really good reasons. So it's basically the trade-off, or like the payoff for being a dark monk, because you get this access to one ability.
Dark shadows whisper of the water
I
element.
don't think we have
A
any
soft magical din
any
can
religious
wake the
people.
earth as
Oh,
the
we do.
overseer collapses. Then there is only
Oh, we disabled the staff. Nice, good job, us.
the shadows coursing through the elemental dissipate before the elemental breaks apart
yeah.
and evaporates. The overseer and elemental must have been magically connected to a gate somewhere.
Yeah, people will use the tavern PvP also for just like killing people with goofy names, so they can get it to show up on the kill
castle
tracker.
Throne room lies beyond. A Netherese wizard waves at you dismissively. So, you made it past the others.
Shadows cannot exist without light is a
This
light
what
attack.
you're looking for?
Henshin Mystics are the only ones who can
Scroll piece?
effectively use dark moves, and most
Oh,
people aren't Henshin Mystics for a lot of reasons.
Well then, the wizard calls out.
So
to the
yeah,
dark
it is
creatures of
oh
shadow.
god, creatures of
Come
shadow.
to me! The
They're already dead.
Netherese
I'm not even here.
arcades fall
Dude, I'm like so
from
tired, I'm
the
barely paying attention. I don't know what's going on.
from his fingers. The piece of parchment is yours.
I have no clue. I'm completely confused. I need more water. Water. End of the road. Had a busy day? Yeah, I had a busy day, but even still, I don't know. I guess some days I just get tired, I think. I'm not sure. I had lots of energy earlier when I was doing a bunch of stuff, but I was out all day. I was driving around and spent a lot of time in the sun. The other thing too is I had a lot of coffee. I've been finding that I have like this critical mass sometimes, where as I have more coffee, I eventually reach a peak where more caffeine makes me more tired, and I become like kind of exhausted. It's kind of weird. But instead of having one coffees today, I had two, and I think the second one is making me feel more tired than the last one. Or maybe I'm going completely insane and I don't know how anything is working. I don't know. Both are probably accurate. I'm not burnt out, though. I'm feeling good. I'm just tired. I'm not really paying any attention. And, like, I was cold before, but now I'm warm, and I don't know. Maybe I'm dying. Who knows? It's Christmas time. Beautiful day outside. Nice and sunny. Kind of almost too sunny. It was very bright in my eyes all day. Good old bright sun in the eyes. It's the downside about being, well, I guess winter in general, but because the Earth is on a tilt, so the sun is more south in the sky. So anywhere that's south, like when you're looking at the sun, it's like so much brighter from like that just one direction. Ugh. Yeah, I'm just leveling normally. That's correct. I'm not going for like a favor total, but what I am doing is I'm trying to make sure I get all of my Harper favor, because the Harpers grant the access to the Harper pin, which is massive. It allows you to break out of any crowd control effect, and so I'm going to try to make sure I get myself a Harper pin for this character, because being able to break out of any crowd control effect is good. When this character is at max level, I will have over 80 Fortitude saves with no fail on a 1, over 80 Reflex saves with no fail on a 1, and a spell resistance of like 90. And that should make me immune to pretty much every single effect in the game. When there's some horrible rogue circumstance where something bad happens and I get crowd controlled anyway, I want to make sure I have the Harper pin to save my life, because you never know when it's going to come in handy. But yeah, so basically now that I have my 5k favor, I am for the most part just kind of leveling normally. Oh, I have Primal Scream. That's why it gives me the Rage bonus. That's why Rage isn't working. Sweet. 1139 hit points. That's kind of cool. I am a wizard. Is that possible? Oh, you get an ability out of Macro Tech that makes it so when you fire your rune arm, which I'm not charging, give me a moment here. That makes it so that... Sorry. Makes it so when you fire your rune arm, you get spell resistance equal to your character level. And that stacks with all other forms of spell resistance. So I just fire the rune arm and I have spell resistance. And the rune arm does a tremendous amount of damage. I was doing almost 30,000 damage with this rune arm yesterday. And this rune arm sucks. And I'm leveled, when I was leveled like 24, 25. So I'm very excited about how much damage this rune arm is going to do in the future. I need a little bit faster charging rate, and I need more practice with it, but this character is quite fun. It does a lot of different things that you don't normally do, and it's a very, very good rune arm user. It's much better at using rune arms than Artificers are, which is kind of funny. Which I feel like a little bit bad about Artificer for that one, where it's like, oh yeah, I'm playing the best rune arm user in the game, the wizard. But, you know, it is what it is. But yeah, so I'll have a lot of spell resistance, which is cool. All right. Oh, pro tip as well is you can just go around here, around this corner, as opposed to going across this like bridge section. Not only does it save you like a minute going around this area, so it's faster, but also there's like less monsters to fight, so it's less dangerous. Why is it better than at Artie than using rune arms? Because unlike Artificer, I get more spell DCs, critical multiplier, and spell power. So like Artificer gets, I guess, a little bit of charge rate, but I get 180 crit multi that Wizard doesn't get at all. Or sorry, Artificer doesn't get it all. So the critical multiplier is huge, and I get universal spell critical, which means that I can use whatever rune arms I want and still have really high critical chance. Also, I'm terrified by what's going on here, but whatever, it's fine, I guess. Do you take a level of Artie to use rune arms? So there's an epic destiny called the Macro Tech, and the Macro Tech can get rune arms with whatever class you want. You just take this ability in Macro Tech called Rune Arm Use. How to charge your rune arm? Yeah, the button is called Rune Arm Use. So you just go to Artie feats and it's called Rune Arm Use. And so you are able to equip rune arms. This feat will set the rune arm to automatically begin charging whenever it can, slowing your movement while charging the relic. It actually doesn't slow your movement. So old text, they got rid of that.
This nether scroll will once again be whole.
So when I tap it, it just starts charging again. Again, what really slows down rune arms is the fact that they don't have cooldown speed, it's just charge speed, and cooldown takes way longer than charging, and you have to do a lot of waiting. That's the reason why charging charge tier 1 is the best way to fire it, because you end up getting the most bang for your buck out of the damage. Now, that might not make sense because the damage scales with the number of charges, so it ends up being more powerful. However, you get this ability called Boost Drive, which increases the damage that your rune arms deal, and it adds additional damage, and it doesn't matter what your charge tier is, so it's always better to do low charge tier and then use the Boost Drive, which is unfortunate, but yeah.
Goes dark and the smell of sulfur fills the area. An ominous vortex opens in the sky. A portal to some.
Yeah, it's rune arm use, so it lets you charge it. You can also turn off the charging sounds, so you don't have to constantly listen to like they're like.
A rain of dredges falls from the abyssal portal.
Is this guy immune to lightning? I don't remember.
Smoldering fire reavers leap down from inside.
He died.
The demon falls, and the gateway to his infernal home snaps shut. Suddenly,
I like how the game lagged and then it reset my rune arm charge. That's kind of funny.
Your Harper friend
Nice jobs.
waves to you.
Way
It came the
Loon
moment
next.
Elminster detected the portal opening. I admit that this assignment could have gone a bit more smoothly. Though it
Yeah,
looks
so we're getting a
like
bunch
you
of Harper
managed to
agent
sort
favors.
things
That's
out
pretty
by
good.
yourself.
And also, these quests provide a gigantic amount of favor as well. I'm already at 5340. So these last two quest chains were over 200 favor. It's just a lot, which is, it's nice. It's kind of nice. Up to 30. Unless you want to like run Giant Hold, which I don't particularly want to do. Alright, so now I can get this. I'm gonna max out the Maximize. Yeah, because you get Boost Drive here, which I get Spark Drive, which makes my rune arm deal extra electric damage, which is pretty good. Or I can get the Galvanic Attunement. I realistically want all of these things. I think I'm taking all of these things, but I'm not sure. What am I taking? I am taking all of these things. Okay, perfect. So we'll go with Magical Recoil, I guess, because it's just kind of good. It gives me spell resistance, which is nice. So we'll do that instead, and then we'll go to Wei Loon and get going from there. I wasn't originally going to do all of the quests in Evening Star, but like the XP is kind of good, and I don't really have anything else to do. And so I can pick up more sagas for even more experience points. In the past, I've done sagas, like when we did this the first time, we picked up all of our sagas as or Guild Renown. We just did more quests and more sagas, but yeah. One, two, three, four. And then hopefully, this character will smoothly get to the level cap. I'll be able to get some new items, replace some gear, replace some things, start farming for stuff. I can start getting items from Sharn as early as 29, so I might start farming once I get to 29, but I'm not 100% certain exactly how I would want to go about doing that, so I don't know. Person behind me, Secret Service the shot. Annoying. Oh yeah, I forgot. The rune arm, the bonus for using your rune arm only works when you actually land a shot. So, need to find a monster. Bigger bullies. There we go. I just hit them. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. There we go. Why would I think that this would have worked? Why did I think that would work? I had this idea that because the text says you gain spell resistance equal to your character level, it would function. And it turns out that that ability doesn't do anything at all.
Innocent Wayloon
Well?
natives made these drainage tunnels into their refuge. when
I
the
got
prison-
some spell power, and spell power is
Their
cool.
safe haven has been shattered. Slaughtered corpses lie scattered near the tunnel entrance, and a lone survivor of a lone
Whatever.
dog mourns its fallen master. A scratchy voice barks out orders
I'm
somewhere
gonna stroke
nearby.
midstream. No, I'm just
You lot take this tunnel.
angry
The
at
rest
something
of you
I
go
should have
the other way.
expected in the first place, was that the game doesn't function at all, and the game's broken, and nothing works. Negativity. Game's cracks? Yeah.
Guttural
That's because I actually play the
snores
fucking video
echo in
game
the
and
cavern.
equip stuff. Whatever. Fine, I don't even care. I don't need it. Realistically, the only problem I have is that for a reason I don't entirely understand, my right nostril is really runny right now. Not my left. My left is perfectly clear, but my right is really runny, and I have no idea why. Find the girl in this quest? I don't know what you're talking about. What? How did I put that there? I wasn't even whatever, video game. Sure. Yeah, that's what happened.
Last of her strength. If you act now, you may be able to prevent further massacres at the other camps.
Mockery for loot all. Never learned those two things recently. There's a hot bar key for loot all. I didn't know that.
The Elder thanks you for protecting the camp. We will be safe now. Take this
did we get the crest?
It
There
will
it is.
help you gain entrance to Harvest Hall.
Traps. Back to find one of the elder girls, but search never worked. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure about that element of the quest. B to loot all? Interesting. Maybe it's B for bag.
The bat crest on the ground may be of use in reaching Harvest Hall. Shouts come from both ends of the camp.
Uh-oh.
It's a two-pronged assault.
No, the lag, the lag.
More criminals drop down.
Usually
right
allergies.
in the
Maybe I should
middle
go
of the
take some
camp.
anti-allergy meds then. It was actually doing pretty good, and I didn't touch the cat, so I don't know. Man, these guys are tanky as fuck. Just gonna do this again so these guys can get caught. I can go help kill the boss over here. Damages. Yeah, having enchantment as like a secondary is really, really good on Wizard. Being able to enchant stuff whenever you feel like it's very handy.
You've ended the attack on this camp. The grateful natives take down the barricade, so you can proceed.
Yeah, it would be
to
neat if
Harvest
DDO
Hall.
had the ability to implement some type of loot filter. You could filter out arrows, scrolls, and all sorts of the stuff you just don't ever want to see. Maybe someday. Varseer, which means to hog all you can get away with. Oh. Interesting. Any near-death encounter?
Slight breeze suggests
Not
that you are
for a
nearing
long
an
time.
exit. Yet, with the
My
breeze
character's
also
tanky
comes a
and
pungent
has a lot of
reptilian
like
smell.
layers of defense. We talked about this the other day, but one of the best layers of defense you get on this character is an ability called Scales of the Dragon. Now, Scales of the Dragon you get out of Draconic Incarnation. It is an ability I take on every caster I play on Hardcore, and there's a lot of good reasons for that. The main one is that this ability makes you have a temporary hit point shield, from just physical damage, which means it won't work on spells, equal to 15 times your character level. That's not true. It's 15 times your character level up to level 30. It does not scale into epics, but, you know, whatever. Video games, I guess. Anyway, so the idea here is that you get a bunch of, like, defenses, so that way your character, you know, has just extra armor in case something bad goes wrong. So, like, Althea is attacking me right now, and she only chunked through 200 of my barrier of scale, so I didn't take any actual real damage. On top of that, I also use Elemental Blood. And Elemental Blood gives you a 15% chance to trigger to gain 100 temporary hit points per character level, again stacking up level 30, because for whatever reason they didn't program per level, they just programmed level 30 as the cap. And you get 300 temporary hit points. So, with these two things, it's basically around 700 to 800 damage that I can just mitigate from any physical attack, which means that my character is, for the most part, really in no danger. I need to take, like, a lot of hits to even get to my actual real health bar most of the time, which is almost never going to happen. Yeah, so everything is pretty good for me so far. My character is in no real risk of danger, and I'm pretty relaxed about the whole thing. Generally, anyway.
Your allies meet you just inside the entrance to the crumbling warehouse. With their help, you may be able to learn who's been recruiting gangs inside the prison.
All
Their
right.
leader
Ooh, I got bard
signals that
buffs.
he
Thank
needs
you,
to
bard
speak
buff.
with you.
I appreciate having a buff bard. It makes things a lot easier. It's +2 to all of my DCs with a +1 spell song trance and everything else. And my spell cost goes down. I'm at minus 46% spell cost all the time, so like Meteor Swarm costs 29. It's pretty sweet. I do like having bards around. No one talked to Fordwin. Acid is a conjuration spell, and I don't have any conjuration DCs. If I did want to get conjuration, I'd have to have conjuration and evocation and enchantment. And on hardcore, that's a bit of a difficult ask to have all of those spell powers at the same time.
A voice calls to you from a nearby rooftop.
Now, you do get breath weapon DCs out of the tree, and that would obviously be an option if I wanted to go that route. So it's not like, you know, there's something necessarily inherently wrong with doing that. But it's just, again, it would be expensive in terms of the item build, so I just didn't really want to go about that and try to split up my stats even more. Now, acid is conjuration, poison is transmutation, and the necromancer breath, or the negative breath, is necromancy.
Not that way.
Shouts the voice.
We have something else in mind for you.
Yeah, no, they're not all evocation. If they were all evocation, that would make that decision way easier, because yes, I would go with acid.
A distant voice. The only way forward appears to be through these foul drainage.
Acid is generally conjuration, however, so that's usually the way it works. Best spellcaster for people failing at remembering to use things on cooldown? Warlock, because you don't cast spells, you just click. Warlock's the best option.
As the lever
yeah, Sorcerer is also good for that as well.
Lizard folk pour out of the darkness. A gate unlocks in the distance as more lizard folk attack.
And so yeah, you got a couple different options there.
The voice taunts you from somewhere.
Yeah, re-upping buffs and managing some of your defensive abilities. You can also take Extend, which helps with that. It's like if I get Extend, I can do Extend on Fire Shield, I can do Extend on Displacement. Keep my buffs up a little bit longer. I don't do that, but, you know, I could. Always an option.
You're almost there. Shard has brought you to me, so you can play
Oh, we're almost there.
her plan.
I'm not sure if I want to go with straight up Dragon Breath or take Energy Burst instead, because they're both good, but... Sometimes Energy Burst is nice.
Much closer now.
You've passed the test with
Those spells are
flying
bad. There's no
colors.
DPS
As
loss
you
when not
reach the
casting.
rooftop, the voice calls
I
out
don't think
once
Artificer's
again.
that bad.
We meet at long last.
But I'm obviously
You
not
can
playing an
now
Artificer,
see
and I
the
said that
voice
Wizard
belong
is the new
ladders hit the
Artificer, so
rooftop,
that's
and the
gonna
priest's
color
minions
my
swarm
perception
up,
of it. Oh yeah,
ready
good, I
for
can't see
battle.
anything.
Knock the ladders down to help even the odds. Now that the priest is dead, you
He's
should rest any of
dead.
your allies
He's
that still live.
dead. But yeah,
You are greeted by
overall,
all
I
of
would
your
say
allies
that if you
alive
can't
and
remember
well.
anything, Warlock
Now,
is the
to
answer,
help
because
yourself
Warlock,
to
you
the
just click
mad
the mouse.
priest's
That's how it
hoard of
works. You just
treasure.
click the mouse. Thrill of the Hunt. I always feel bad about Thrill of the Hunt, because I feel like there's always one person who, like, doesn't, like, read the chat, and so they just assume that we're going to Army of Shadow, then they go to Army of Shadow, then they go, why aren't people in Army of Shadow? Or they almost die on their way to Army of Shadow. Yeah, and that's the other thing, too, is, like, Artificer isn't bad, it's just not as good. Artificer is perfectly serviceable, and can solo you through the whole game without too much trouble, and is useful at the end game. It's just that, again, it's not the best at anything. It doesn't have the best damage, it doesn't have the best crowd control, it doesn't have the best healing, but it has a lot of, like, unique and useful abilities that make it pretty valuable in general, but it's just not the best at anything, so it's really easy to get for those things to be overshadowed. Yeah, the fact that most of their spells have maximum cast level 10 is a bit of a problem. They're pretty much the only spellcaster in the game that actually has to take their Master of feat because their spells are so annoying. Yep, Deadly Weapons is a pretty good damage spell.
Karleth has gone too far.
You were
Says
kicked
the
from a raid when you
Netherese
didn't have deadly
wizard.
weapons?
He's become
That's kinda funny.
unpredictable even
Don't artificers
for a
get
shadow
4
kind.
6-level spells?
We can
Reconstruct,
open
Tactical
this
Detonation, Chain Lightning, and Deadly? Or am I misremembering and they only get 3?
Endanger our mission. Your kind will never understand.
Responds the
I could be
Shadowkai.
misremembering, I don't know.
The Shadow Curse is strong with Karleth. He does this because he must. Wait. Did you hear that?
Instead of deadly weapons? Yeah. Like I said, I can see somebody getting mad about that. Be like, that's the only reason we brought you, Artificer. And they just kick you.
Searching the clutter
Your only value is in
reveals
deadly
nothing of
weapons.
interest. Searching the clutter, you discover a key while searching the desk.
Ooh, we discovered a key. And then shadows are annoying because they have a million reflex saves, and then Tonkwin's Lightning Hammer comes and saves the day. I do find it interesting that Macrotech is like a part Sonic tree, and like Artificers can't do any
I
Sonic
really
damage
did
inherently,
like
which I find very,
you
very,
know.
very, very interesting.
It pains me to think how you'll be torn apart.
Really bizarre.
You've saved the poor captive from being mauled by the Howler.
With enchant? Yeah, that happens. It is annoying when artificers will cast deadly weapons on you when you're a druid and you're like, no thanks, I got natural
You
weapon.
must be the one who killed
Or I got
my
magic
pet.
fang. And they're like, no, I'll give you deadly. And you're like, no, it's okay. I have magic fang. Don't worry about it.
Good. It will make me feel more alive.
Give me the experience points. Smash every breakable. Yeah, like I said, I enjoy Artificer. I enjoy playing Artificer. It's a fun character, and I understand your reservation and the reservations a lot of people have about Artificer, but like I said, I still enjoy it, so. Now, you might be like, well, then when was the last time you played Artificer? And like, okay, fair. True. True. I haven't played Artificer in a while. But, like, that's not my fault. It takes a long time to TR, okay? And there are other things that were really fun. Where's my Artificer archetype? Where's my Artificer patch where something changes and I actually have to, like, reevaluate Artificer? You know, when those things happen, nah, you know, will call me back.
The door is
Nice they
locked.
kept replacing it.
One of the
Yep.
Shade Archai who guard this area must have the key.
How much the damage sucks? I mean, that's true. The damage, like, compared to what I'm doing on this wizard, the damage is
Karleth stands
complete
before
garbage.
Another prisoner trapped in a cage,
But, like,
You were my favorite.
is that fair?
says the Shade
know,
Archai.
I can't
Not
bear
everybody can
think
compare to
what
the
will
hotly
happen
new
to
buffed
you.
wizard.
My despair will be.
And Cast Ready this season's been super fun. Yeah.
Karleth moves to attack, his face a twisted mixture
And get out of
rage
melee,
and
because it's
joy.
dangerous.
Karleth lashes out with his spiked chain, tripping a lever. The Shade Archai commander will no longer inflict his cruel whims on Wayloon's inhabitants. His hunt
Nice,
for
second level up.
thrills has ended.
Yay!
You've saved the captive from Karleth's deadly devices.
Larendelle is level 25. Bio, Kenneth, Finland. Open guild since season 1. Theme song. Stamina Dynamo. And look at that! You attempt to take the sign, but are... Dude, you can't put that in the bio. You can't get me with that in a bio? Are you serious? Oh my god. Oh. You attempt to take the sign, but are spotted by the attentive satyrs before you can pry it loose. What are you up to, Ben? Oh my god. I got with that. Ridiculous.
The world around you has changed.
I can't believe
It's
you've
become
done
a
this.
shadow of Wayloon, where the streets are
How
hollow
long
and
were you waiting on
darkness
that?
almost
I
feels
never read
alive.
people's bios. That's crazy talk. What is happening? That's madness. Not saying you just did that for me, but my god. Whatever, it's
The
fine.
Netherese standing at the door waves you in. The future! The Netherese snap to attention as a dark form emerges from the shadows. This must be the Shade who commands the Netherese recruitment campaign.
Oh, it's the Shade who commands the Netherese recruitment campaign. Mm-hmm. It's all cold and rainy? Well, too bad. It's like -10 outside and it's not that big of a deal. I was outside in the car all day. It was a good time.
The Shade vanishes back into his tower
See
retreat.
ya.
You might learn how to reach the general by questioning the recruiter.
Posture check? My posture is perfect. How hot is 50? Is that like hot or is that like really hot? An inch of rain? No, I thought you guys used
An
gallons
angry
for
figure
that.
leaps from the bed.
Don't you measure rain in gallons?
The defiant guardian falls.
I'm so confused right now.
The key to the Shade's tower.
You Americans and your units are all over the place. Now we're measuring liquids in inches, so like when I go to the bar, do I like, hey barkeep, give me like, you know, 4 inches of PBR? Like, how does that work? It's like I'm not up to date with the new fandangled, you know, beer inquiry information. Is it me about rain? Yeah, desert man. Or just, is this just one of those things where like when the rain starts happening, people like duck and cover and hide in their homes? praying for the end times to be further and then closer.
Wood groans.
Foot is stout? Yeah, exactly.
As the gate to the
A
Shade's
foot? Oh my
tower
god.
opens.
That's like, what, 17.5 inches? Unless it's like Tuesday, then it's like 8 inches or something? I don't know.
Stairs lead up to the tower where the Shade General dwells.
This is all too hard. A yard of ale? System-wise, we both Imperial metric system depending on what you measure. Yeah, but there's a flow chart for that. It makes it easy. Canada measurement flow chart. Yeah, for the flow chart. Yeah. Here you go. Just use the flow chart. It's fairly accurate. It works well. Also, I go left through that room and everybody goes right. I don't know what's up with that. I literally always go this way, but lots of people go the other way. People have wanted a healing rune arm, or like a rune arm that like repairs you for generations, man. That's the #1 most asked for thing. Is a shrine? I do it wrong? I mean, that's fine. Am I left-handed or right-handed?
Alas,
Left.
you are just as talented. Don't you understand? You do not face a mere
Are you having
elder
fun?
virtue. You face an entire empire. Hundreds of leagues away. Plans are in motion too. But I can see it's no use trying to discuss grand strategy with a mere foot soldier. So why don't you
watching the
skip
cat
to
paw out a
part
paper
you
bag.
do understand. The fighting.
The Shade breaks off his attack.
All things
Oh,
that
now
walk
she's
the
in the
shadow
paper
shall
bag.
serve me, as do the things that grow.
Now she's trying to sleep in the paper bag.
I do not believe in science.
You go there? Because I'm left-handed? Is it just because my brain is broken? Is that it?
Untroubled by his
We love you, Strim.
One
Hope you're
general
good.
has lost.
I'm pretty good, actually. I'm not doing too bad. I'm just tired, that's all.
Or did you think that Wayloon was our only front?
Yes? Okay, good. Thank you, Lumslinger. I hope you're good as well.
Before you can question him further, the general slips into shadow forever.
Okay, so this is what I need to do. I just need to get a bag. Because I had this whole stack of boxes in this little nook and cove that the cat can go into, but it turns out I just need to have a single bag, and then the cat will be fine.
A strange mist in the world around you has changed.
Alright.
It's
Mirror
become a shadow
darkly.
of Wayloon, where the streets are hollow and
I
the
hope you are
darkness
neutral.
almost
Thank you.
feels alive.
Yeah, and being neutral is usually going to be preferable to being good in a lot of cases, especially in Dungeons & Dragons Online. Because being good gets you killed by a lot of different effects. So fair. It's a fair call. Nah, right before the stream, I literally went to lie down for like a minute and slept for like an entire hour. I was like, I'm just going to lie down for like a second, just collect myself, and yeah. I just suddenly became supremely exhausted. I don't know why. About too much booze for Christmas? Is there such a thing as too much booze for Christmas?
The world around you.
When you have to
has
interact with a lot of your extended
It's
family
become a
members
shadow
around the
of
holiday
Wayloon,
season,
where the streets
it's
are
pretty good
hollow
to be
and
able
the
to avoid
darkness
doing that with
almost feels
wine and
alive.
champagne. That's usually the solution to most of those problems. Oh, what's that? Aunt/uncle? You want to talk about something controversial? No problem. Let me just get another glug 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 glug. Alright. Let's go. Hold on, what did you say? I couldn't hear you over the sound of me glug 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 glug. Drinking some wine. Mm-hmm.
So what are
Within
you
the
up to
glass of
then,
the small
Cat?
mirror,
Surely
see
you
a
aren't looking to
strange,
scratch up our
shadowy
host's
reflection of
fine
the room around you.
furnishings.
Oh no, the cat's
Suddenly,
looking to scratch up
you
the
are
host
pulled
fine
into the
furnishings.
shadows.
That's cat in a nutshell.
barrier of magical shadows blocks this
All
door.
cats really love
There
scratching
has
up
to
the
be
host fine
another way
furnishings.
around it.
Just your main family? Oh, that's not too bad then. Yeah, I was gonna go to the store to like refill on some of the amenities. Uh-oh. Lag Town. But I didn't have a chance to get to the store to be able to do that today. I mean, that's not true. I had a chance. I was supposed to go with my roommate. And then she was like, oh yeah, I'll be there in like the afternoon. And I was like, oh, you doke. And then she like never came by, so
This door
we
has
did
been
not go,
blocked off.
so I have to go tomorrow.
You will have to find another way around.
She asked me to wait. She was like, "Can you wait?" I'm like, "Yeah."
From the light
And then she just ended up getting
You should
busy, which,
gather
you know, that
any more
happens.
you
People get
find.
busy. Hell, I've done that, where I've been like, oh, I'm going to go do this activity, and then I just get busy, you're distracted, and then you just end up doing nothing. Not so much doing nothing, but you don't end up doing the task you initially set out to. The constant problem. Oh god, I'm being chased.
The door
Oh, geez.
here has been sealed
I shall
off
attend to it in a
with
trice.
Also, Danik, thank you so much for gifting out a sub. That's very kind of you. Welcome to the Shrimp Team, the Iron Goose. And Danik, thank you so much. I hope you're enjoying yourself. I hope you're having a fantastic day today. It's a lot of generosity, so I hope you're doing super duper good. His family? Yeah, that's a tough call. I don't know the answer to that one and exactly what it is you're going to do. You should probably get those sorted out soon by having some phone calls. I'm usually a phone call sort of person where, like, if I need to get something sorted out right now, I just call somebody and be like, hey, we got to talk on the phone. Like, if it's not an emergency, I'll text somebody because it's like, oh yeah, whatever, we'll sort it out later. But if it's like, no, I need answers today, I phone call. Phone me up, Scotty. On my last live? Oh no, you died? R.I.P., dude. Actually, you died twice. You're an epics. Is Danik somebody from Danada? Yeah, basically. It's like a Canuck, but it's a Danuk. Also, I don't know if it's Danik or Danuk or Danuk. These are all great questions. Ah, you hate the lag death. Do Canada have Boxing Day? Yeah, it's on the calendar. I was actually at the shopping mall today, and the shopping mall was like, Boxing Day week has already started. And they have all the sales. And I'm like, isn't Christmas in like 2 days? What do you mean the Boxing Week sales have started? What are you talking about? I was completely bamboozled for a sec.
A cluster of glowing eyes darts in the darkness, betraying a shadow beholder's hiding spot.
Get him out of here.
The shadow beholder bellows and agony.
Also, if you're like, isn't that dangerous? Nah, he doesn't have any dangerous spells. As long as you have, he doesn't take your buffs away, so if you have death block, it can't kill you. I mean, technically it could kill you if it uses, like, disintegrate into disintegrate into disintegrate, and I roll 1 into 1 into 1, but I'd have to roll a lot of 1s, and I can heal myself in between those things, and I have a lot of HP and temp HP. Might take Boomtown off of hardcore. I mean, you can do that after you die, though. Like, you can die and then take Boomtown off of hardcore. Are we done? Almost. Like, remember that dying 3 times puts you into the, like, the land of lost souls, but then you just transfer your character and then it's all good.
Now that you have all of the shadow orbs, place them on their pedestals to
I have all the
grant
shadow
further
orbs.
access to the Nexus.
Fuck Plague Reapers? Yeah, Reapers are annoying. Plague Reapers especially, if you don't have a way to instantly kill them. That's what I've talked about. Like, one of the reasons why hardcore and can be kind of dangerous when it comes to Reapers is Plague Reapers are deceptively dangerous. They don't do nearly as much damage, but they just prevent you from healing. And as it turns out, preventing you from healing at all is really dangerous. Yo, what's up, Brian? How you doing? Oh, I missed one of the orders somewhere. No, everything in your shared bank will be deleted. It's a new server. Everything is new. So anything you leave on hardcore, mounts, astral shards, everything in your shared bank, your shared crafting storage, any characters you leave, all of that gets deleted. It's the reason why you need to manage how many astral shards you buy, because some people will buy like 1,000 shards and then only use like 400, and then they'll just have 600 astral shards on their server that's stuck because you can't transfer astral shards. You can gold roll your shards away, but yeah.
Well played. The Shade applauds. You've certainly done a better job of damaging my operation than this fool of a cat burglar.
What's up, Isukai? How are you doing today? How are you?
Tivorus laughs as he draws a protective spell around himself. Simpletons. My sorcery allows me to exist in both light and shadow.
Arcane Supremacy.
I can easily deal with you and continue to maintain the Shadowfell Nexus at the same time.
Oh no, I couldn't kill him. I tried.
Breaking his hold over Orified.
The reason to save any gear you're not using if you're only playing one guy? Yeah, the reason why you save gear is when you die, you can put that gear on your second character.
Shadowfell.
Always save some gear. Nice. You don't plan on dying? No one plans on dying. So you're a lot more than ES2? No, ES2 is not fun. I don't like it. But it's mostly because people get lost. If Shindelrin was faster to get to, I don't think it would be a problem. But because it's confusing for a lot of people, that's where you run into issues. You can do it. I believe in you. Weird. Or float into space. Apparently one of our players has the reverse gravity buff stuck on them, so they're just floating up into space. Oh yeah, the rewards, true. Yeah, I should do that. I forget every time. Wrong person. Video games. I got nothing. Well, you know, it is what it is. +5 bleeding throwing dagger of double shot 7. Wow, fracturing. It is good. Go meet Fade, maybe. A normal server? Yeah, I usually, with my regular leveling process, get around 3,600 favor every past life. This character right now, I'm at 5442, which is pretty good for me. Okay, the Hoppers. Where the hell did I go? Oh, this way. Oh, that's PDK. Those are PDK quests. Ew. I can buy this stuff at the shop. All these upgrades. Wow, look at that. I did everything. Radiance. Augment slots. 10 comms of heroism? Fuck, that's a lot. Alright, time to sell. Yeah, like, I don't use any XP potions. So, I get 3,600 every time. You lose a lot of favor if you use XP potions because you end up skipping a whole bunch of quests, which is nothing wrong with that. You definitely can do it. It's not like it's bad to go through this quest faster, but yeah. You're really enjoying the old bone shatter, huh? Yeah, what a great day for some hardcore DDO. What a great day for some Dungeons and Dragons online. Okay, oh, I got Corruption of Nature. I didn't even notice. Alright. Well, looks like I gotta do Stormhorns anyway. Harper Pin Lesser. Shoot, I gotta do Stormhorns. Alright. Time to do Stormhorns. Okay, go there. Alright, Stormhorns time. You have a decent axe? Shit. Me playing it too? I thought you were doing Wild Strike. I thought you were doing the battle focus Wild Strike shit. Are you not doing that anymore? Were you unable to find a way to increase the amount of resistances that nearby monsters have? What feat am I taking? I forget. I'm taking Epic Spell Focus Enchantment. There we go. You know, I should have taken Embolden here. Well, you know, sometimes you forget to take things. Okay, so this doesn't work at all. That's great. Might as well just get 10 more spell power. That's kind of good. Get mana later. Thanks for coming. Take care. Pookie dookie. This is Stormhorn. Sturmherns. But that was fucking fast. You left your items on your main? That's fine. You don't need them for Stormhorns. Just click the mouse. Just click it. Click the mouse. But yeah. Well, if you're not going to be doing... also, too much gear for League Start, says the guy that had almost everybody give him like 6 uniques. Uh-huh. I'm waiting. Literally, as I go to give him uniques, he says, "No, I got a richer friend who's gonna give me some more uniques." And I quote, "I'm gonna get uniques from my richer friend."
He seems to be looking for something.
You can do whatever you want, man. I'm not saying you shouldn't get uniques from your richer friend. Goodbye, Habakus. But yeah. There's a Wild Strike champion with 5 million DPS, just lightning, using, oh, Paradoxica. Attacks with this weapon deal double damage. How do they scale this? They do exclusively elemental damage, volatility, awakened multi-strike, ruthless, critical strikes, wild strike of extremes. The Taming, Defiant Destiny. Gain 40% of missing unreserved life before being hit by an enemy. What? Dude, I don't understand how this build works.
Now, where did I put that blasted journal? Ah, you're here. Be a good sport and lend me a hand. My journal's...
Why would Paradoxica be the way?
I can't have gone far. It's somewhere in this glade. I've lost too many pages as it is. There it is. How did I ever
How do you have
miss
so
it
many
there?
HP?
I've got a great deal to tell you, but now may not be the time.
My constitution is
I fear that any man with a
46.
sneaking nether is bound- Two
I
dark-robed wizards
use...
appear at the end
Yeah, my
of the glade.
constitution's 46.
You accuse me?
I use
Skulking, spying little nobleman?
Rage, among other effects, temp HP. I have all of the favor hit points, which is about 70 extra hit points. Or no, it's probably like 50-ish extra hit points.
There.
I have 3 combat style feats, so I have single weapon fighting, improved single weapon fighting, and perfect single weapon fighting.
So
The wizard teleports
Heal pretty
with
much anything. Yeah, it's
Orifon,
true. It does give you
leaving the
double
others
damage.
behind to fight. As if I would waste
It's not like
my
100%, it's just literally double.
These woods are
A 100% more damage
crowded
weapon.
with
Is it a
Before
regular
you have
Paradoxica
any
or
hope
replica?
of learning what became of Orifon, you must make it out alive.
Yeah, Bard buffs also help out a little bit, but Bard buffs are only like an extra 30 hit points. Without other people, I'm at 1130 something. I don't have any and I get for 20% hit points soon, just not yet. I'm not at 20% hit points. I will be getting more hit points out of here, out of Macrotech, when I get Force Field Generator at level 30, which will give me an extra 20%. My character will end with close to 2,000 hit points, which will be nice. When you have about 900? Well, again, I'm also a Warforged, and Warforged I got starting with like 20 con, plus 2 extra con, plus more construct toughness. So it's not like, you know, my character is just... like, if you're playing like a gnome or anything else, that might also affect it.
More magic barriers. These caves must be where the Netherese staged their surprise attack. A sinewy hill giant guards yet another
Melee strike skills
magic
deal
portal.
splash. Kits can't be evaded by your own life. All damage can freeze. Oh, so this guy literally always freezes. Interesting. Fuck. No, my charge goes down when you are knocked down. That's annoying. Right as I go to fire the tier 5 charge, which would do 40,000 damage, I get knocked down. You're at 2895. That's pretty good. And then remember also, on top of that, my character, it's not just that I have that, but also I've got, I'm using Macrotech, which gives hit points. And then also Unyielding Sentinel, which give hit points. So epic hit points from Epic Destinies, I'm getting like almost 100 from that too, because I went with Macrotech. And Macrotech is great for evocation users, so yeah.
Does Macrotech increase hit points or HP?
Yeah, each core gives you 15, and then on top of that, I'm also going to be taking the tier 5 for an extra 20%. So I'll be getting 60 hit points for here, and then also that. I also get percentage armor class as well, so my character is going to have a total of 180 armor class when I'm done, which will be nice. It used to say horsepower. Maybe they got bought out by Big HP Sauce. I couldn't tell you.
The wizard Shy stands in the clearing, barring your way. You, Amskar has ordered your death, she continues. Let's make this painless.
Oh, I understand how this build works.
With a gesture, she draws on the magic orb.
Okay, I figured out where all of the damage comes from. That's what I've been like passively doing while I've been like running around, is trying to figure out how this like Paradoxica build is doing so much damage. And before you say obviously Paradoxica with the Wild Strike, I actually found the solution. Ipsum, can I link you the build and you can see if you can take the challenge to figure out how this character gets all their damage? Alright, here you go. You've got, I'll give you 2 minutes. It took me a little bit of searching, but I figured out where all of the damage comes from.
Enough of this, the wizard says. Birondion, come to my aid.
Oh, he's here.
The pseudo-dragon falls to the ground, dead. Shy flies.
Yeah, it took me a second. Well, yeah, but that's also like, you know, on Poe Ninja. Poe Ninja is never representative of a damage. Yo, what's up, Nirasoth? Lines of supply. But yeah, that one got me. Some people always come up with some crazy builds. What level is Wild Strike anyway? Is that a level 1 skill? I don't think so. Is that like one of those like, level 30 skills? Because it's pretty cool. It's a cool skill. The hard part of figuring out where the damage comes from. You don't see it? Well, exactly. That's why it's so hard. You can't figure it out. Kind of. It's the plus 11 boots, which are very cool. Plus 11 boots, level 25 Divine Blessing. With Wrath effect. Yeah. I don't know how much damage level 31 Wrath adds, but that was a lot. Because I was looking at it, I'm like, I don't understand where all the damage comes from. And then I looked at the boots and it's like, oh. Oh, Vol Smite plus Wrath. Oh. So it was still meh for Ubers? Yeah.
You've finally reached the rendezvous point, deep in the Stormhorns. The Harper you're here to meet looks like she's been waiting a while.
Hey, let me go, lady. Oh, we have a bard. The bard can go do the singy-songy thing. Nice.
One of the rocks
That's cool.
is an illusion.
Like I said, I'm just learning about stuff. I always need time. It takes me long. I don't want to say it takes me longer. Some things I think take me longer, and it definitely takes me a while to grasp a lot of the concepts in terms of how people do damage and things in Path of Exile. Because I think, again, a lot of it's like gaps of knowledge where something seems so obvious, but like I'd never seen these, or like not never seen, but I like didn't think about these March of the Legion boots. And unless you think about it, you're not knowing like what, like how to find different sources and different things. I don't know. That's the way that I kind of think about it, because it's like a it's hard to know everything because you don't know what you don't know. It's like a lot of that in Dungeons and Dragons Online as well, where like when people are trying to put together a gear set, they don't know what items exist in the game because there's no way to know what items exist in the game until they like play the game. And then like go through and sit down and read every item and over. So when sometimes we'll sit down and do like the build reviews and things, and I just throw the gear together, it looks like wizardry to some, because if you're not like head underwater, like in the pool, breathing in the builds and the information all the time, it gets complicated.
You've laid waste to
The
this
singy-songy thingy? The concept of being a bard with a really high perform. The perform tree. Gotta make sure you use that. It's one of the reasons why oftentimes when I play Path of Exile, I'll just copy somebody's build. Because like it's like, damn, that looks good. And it looks cool. Give that a shot. I guess the only thing that makes me weirded out is that this build doesn't have combat focus. So I guess they just don't care about which one they get. Like, they don't try to get, like, just the arc or just the other thing. They just kind of do whatever. Which is kind of neat. I guess the benefit is it also lets them run the taming, which gives 20% increased damage with hits and ailments per free shock or ignite on the enemy. Which is kind of interesting. Five times the price? Yep. Yeah, probably. It's also the cluster jewels is what get me. Rogue markers have cast portal to go to Rogue Harbor. So the rogue markers, once you get into the Rogue Harbor, you use them on revealing blueprints. So once you actually do the heists, you'll get blueprints as you play the game, and the blueprints are for the grand heists. And the grand heists, you have to pay to unlock the blueprint. So on it, you bring it to one of the guys, and you'll see like a couple rooms. But to unlock the rest of the rooms, you have to pay for those unlocks, and they cost like rogue markers. So to unlock a blueprint, it might cost you upwards of 20,000 rogue markers. But now, all of a sudden, you get full rooms, all these extra things, and it's very much worth it. So you want to keep your rogue markers and bank them. People will also buy and sell them. They're quite useful. What you can do as well is a lot of people will just do the thing where they find a rogue. There's one of the things where it's like you find one of the rogue marker things in every single map. And so a lot of people are like the smugglers things to collect them up so you can have them and sell them later. 2 large cluster for 12 div each. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, this build does look awkward to play, especially considering it's hard casting Assassin's Mark. But I guess maybe it's just for bosses, so it doesn't really matter what else you do. But yeah, I don't know, I just wanted to look at Wild Strike of Extremes and what's going on. I don't know what people are doing for Wild Strike. I assume it's not everybody using Paradoxica, but then I look more. The more I look, the more I see everybody using Paradoxica. So like, I don't know, dude. That guy's using Paradoxica. That guy's using Paradoxica. Wait, what the fuck? That guy's using Paradoxica and Nimbus. Yeah, all right.
The Netherese convoys are entering Tumble Rock Pass.
Smite. Keep the aura up. Yeah. True. It's the reason why I understand why people want to do solo self-found, because solo self-found you get away from like the annoyingness of trade. But it does take longer to get all the same things done, and if you want any consistent unique, you're never going to get them. Alright, this guy is combat focus. This cannot choose fire. Oh, yeah, I don't know. Your main game or you don't have a job? Oh, yeah, that too, 100%. Yeah. Well, because the other thing is it depends on also what you want to do. If you're somebody who is trying to, like, clear all the Ubers multiple times, like, I'm talking, like, not just, like, killing Maven or killing Shaper, but I'm talking about Uber Maven, Uber Shaper, and farming it, then, like, yeah, you know, it's kind of difficult with trade. But if you kind of just want to, like, get a build that's going to beat, you know, your Uber Elder, that's going to beat Maven every league, you can probably get it done on a 5-div budget, basically every league without too much trouble. I mean, there's that crazy Penance brand thing that's going around that's killing everything. You just wait a week, wait for the YouTube videos to come out about this build's insane, and look at the budget, and go from there.
Uber Shaper? Are they like a carpenter?
No, more like a stonemason. So when you want to play MMO without the MMO part, yeah. I mean, Path of Exile is not really
You've
MMO.
eliminated every
It's actually
supply
funny.
convoy.
Pretty much everybody
Not a
plays
single
Path of
one
Exile by
made it
themselves,
through
but with
to the
trade.
Netherese army.
If there was a way to play
Kyra
Path of
Armor
Exile
has
offline,
another
man, a lot of
chest
people would
waiting
take
for
it.
you back at her camp.
There also is an entire... some people might not know this. There's actually a lot of people that play solo Self-Found. They're called console players because they don't have a choice. Poor console players. Playing on console.
The giant general falls, and with him goes the
Okay, we are
scheme
play
to
one or two
supply the
people, yeah.
Netherese army across
Again,
the
I liked
North
doing the
Pass.
private league. I just don't play consistently enough to be able to support the private league. So it was fun for like the first one was really fun. I think it was great, and I think the second one just didn't have enough. Yep, there's also no difference. So yeah, I don't think that there's any downside. To doing these things. Oh, I understand. This build has Nimbus with combat focus, so it only uses the cold waves, and then the waves return. So it shoots out the cold waves, which then come back. Interesting. Only league you're super excited for? Yeah. Yeah. Maybe when Path of Exile 2 comes out, we'll do the next solo or like the next group league. Good old Path of Exile 2. When that game comes out, ooh, that's gonna be a good game. Unique map you can't finish? Is it the Hall of Grand Masters? Because that is a unique map that quite often people cannot finish. It's very, very challenging. Hall of Grand Masters is a great one that people do and oftentimes struggle to complete. Another example of a map people struggle to complete is Okawaharu can't fight the boss. Yeah, that's also like one of the worst ones in the whole game. Yeah. Oba's Cursed Trove is also annoying, and Waka Waharu Tahui or whatever. Yeah. You can get it. You just have to leap slam onto it until it dies. Just keep leap slamming onto it. You'll eventually get it. Just keep leap slamming. Also a great time to use Decay, the support jewel. Where you just link a level 20 Decay with whatever it is you're doing and just leap slam onto it until eventually it dies. Because Decay is pretty good. Oh god. Get them all. Yeah, the cat's here. Yeah. 7 more months till PB2. Maybe I'll play that one a little. Path of Exile 2 is not coming out until 2025, but they did say they would start beta testing it in 2024, which is pretty cool. Pretty neat. Yeah, beta time. Oh, right. Let's go. I gotta say, it is also kind of fun looking over at some of the, on Poe Ninja, looking at some of the items that some people have, where there's just like these items that are so unbelievably expensive, I can't even fathom how some of these things even exist.
Central Army camp. It
Like
looks
there's somebody
you
that
have
has
to
a
announce
grasping
your
mail
presence.
with fractured chaos
Gong
damage
echoes
taken does
against
not
the
bypass energy
mountainside.
shield while not
An
on low life.
irritable Netherese strategist appears
Oh my,
atop the
I can't even imagine how expensive that fracture is.
Dark spires of Thur.
This grasping mail's super uncommon. To get that modifier means you have to ID that on the grasping mail, so it's already got to be an item level 86 grasping mail with that modifier. Then you have to hit it with the fracturing orb and beg that something like that happens.
Of the army camp are conspicuous
I'm like, my goodness gracious.
disturbed.
Yeah, but eye level 86 grasping mails with that modifier are probably pretty expensive. I mean, yeah, sure, maybe you could go for like the double annul and then go strategy, but yeah. Even if you were to reduce it down where it's like, you know, you'd have to get lucky with like, you know, suffixes cannot be changed or something, or prefixes cannot be changed, and then wipe it off, but even still, holy god.
Give them what they want, what they deserve.
Yeah, unfortunately for me, I don't quite have 12 mirrors yet. I'd like to, though. It's on the list of things
From
to
a
get by like
perch
the end of the week.
overhead,
It's like 12
a
mirrors.
great gate bars entry to a mountain fastness.
I gotta say, this is great. I really love playing Wizard. I just like throw meteors at people and they all die. Woof.
The orcs too.
Worth coming back to?
The Netherese wizard.
I thought you
I mean,
might
in my opinion, Dungeons & Dragons Online is in the best state it's ever been in the history of the game's release. So I think it's definitely worth it to check out. If you're thinking about playing DDO again, it's a great time to play. But, you know, is it worth it? I mean, you're not making any money playing DDO. You get a second job, you know, work on buying a house. You can learn finances, learn about the stock market. You can volunteer at your local community center. Maybe not. It depends. Depends on where your value center is. But if you're looking to play DDO, wondering if the game has gotten better or worse, definitely gotten better. But questions about value are complicated. Like an easy example is you might notice that I'm shooting like a rune arm here, which is kind of neato. I'm not really helping that much because I'm tired, but I'm shooting a rune arm. But you also might look at my spell list and be like, wait a minute. Arcane Blast. Meteor Swarm. Rune Arm? Oh, he's a multi-class. Wizard? Huh? They've added a lot of new stuff to the game. Good old Macrotechnic.
shadows take you.
They've added new, what's happened in the last 3 years. In the past 3 years, we've had more hardcore leagues. They revamped spells. They added new Epic Destinies. They revamped Epic Destinies and they added a new one. There's now archetypes in the game, which are basically like subclasses that change up how your character is generally played. So, for example, we have a Dark Hunter in our party, which is like a type of ranger now. We have an Acolyte of the Skin, which is a type of warlock. So there's a bunch of new stuff like that. The new expansions are pretty cool. The new content's really good.
We fight.
There's some good stuff. It's definitely worth it to check out. Especially considering in current year, game's still free. So if you don't have much to do over the holidays, you're feeling tired, and you're like, you know what? I could play a video game. You know, log in, see if you have some fun. The Hardcore League Season 9 is going on right now. Ooh, dodge cap on the DC Sork? Yeah, that's pretty good. Dodge cap on DC Sork is pretty good. That's nice. On what item? Do you have a picture of 2 curses on what item? I'd like to see it. Because if you do, that would be very interesting if you found a bug. I have to see the bug. Your answer to ask DD over to come back to say 8 ads can answer you. My luck. I did answer your question in totality. I spent actually pretty much the entire time answering your question. But you know what? That's the nature of advertisements in the modern age. Especially on Twitch, they can be kind of disruptive to the live experience. But on the upside, I'm not really doing anything else, so I'm going to try again. So, long story short, is it worth coming back to? I have 2 answers to this question. The first is that Dungeons & Dragons Online is in the best state it's ever been, in my opinion. They've added so much new content in the past 3 years, it's kind of crazy. They redid the entirety of the Epic Destiny system, so you don't have to grind to unlock them, you just have them. They've also rebalanced it, there's tons of new cool spells and abilities, and they've even added 2 new Epic Destinies, with the Magus of the Eclipse, as well as the Macro Tech, which allows me as a wizard to use rune arms, which is very cool. They've revamped several different trees. They redid Shadar Kai, so the chain attack is actually cool. They've just made a bunch of things cool and very powerful. They added archetypes, which are like subclasses. So there's the Dark Hunter, which is a type of ranger, or the Acolyte of the Skin, which is a type of warlock, which completely change how a character feels and plays. And all that stuff is entirely free. New races, the new content's been good, and a lot of good stuff. So if you like Dungeons & Dragons and you want to see if it's worth it to come back to, it's definitely a great time, especially since we're in the middle of Hardcore Season 9. That being said, is it worth it? I mean, you can't make any money really playing DDO, but you could do that if you like got a second job, or if you learned about how to work the stock market, or understanding finance and investment. You could volunteer at a community center, which would have a pretty big impact on people's lives. You could go work at like a soup kitchen or something and assist the homeless this holiday season. Those things are pretty worth it. So, I don't know. Depends on what you ascribe worth to. But if you're thinking, I want to play a video game, and have they made substantial changes to the video game to make it fun, then the answer is yes.
The gate at the far end of the wide fissure slams shut. A robed figure,
yeah, you definitely have
eyes
2
you
curses on that item.
from a ledge above you.
Sick. Making money playing DDO. Whoa, 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 whoa. I make money being entertaining. Or something.
Scheduled by the 12 princes. I don't have time for this.
So yeah. Sort of looking for mindless fun. Yeah, it's just, that's always the hardest question when people are like, is it worth it to play DDO? And it's like, in the grand scheme of things, probably not. It's probably better spent like time phoning a friend, or like reaching out to like either a parent or a grandparent or relative that is in need of like an extra, extra bit of like lightness and cheer in their day. The question of worth is very difficult to answer. Especially when it's not like an A or B situation either. Something where it's like, is it worth it to purchase the latest expansion if I already own the rest of the content? Well, now that's easier. We now have an Apple, an A and B comparison. But like such a general question, I always find it very difficult. And you get a lot of people who just want like an answer of like, yeah, game is worth it. And you would think I would just answer the question in the affirmative, yeah, game is worth it, because I'm like DDO guy. But like SSG doesn't sign my fucking paychecks. And if I want to talk shit about SSG or say the game fucking sucks shit through a straw, I'm going to do it. But I don't say that regularly, so, How's the loot uniqueness? Loot's great. A lot of the new items have been really, really good. The
is not my the
hardest part
stone,
about
the
some of the more
mountain
recent
juts out of
gear.
the ice
Oh, they
where
also
the
had a big free
glacial
event where they added
mountain
extreme challenge dungeons. So if you're an
You've
endgame
reached
player,
the
there's like
very
new
roots
extremely
of
hard
the
content to do.
mountains.
It's not impossible, but it is really hard. Like genuinely very challenging. And they added a bunch of really cool items with that one. So there's like a lot of new items they've added with new different stats, and they've been updating stuff. One of the more recent updates was with the Isle of Dread expansion, which is very cool. The only, I would say, issue that came about with Isle of Dread is that the items they added some new weapons that are craftable, which basically means that every weapon type is now good. So if you're like, oh, I want to play a heavy pick, there weren't like any cool raid heavy picks because they'd have to design them. Bad example, they recently added Grix's Gouger, which is a heavy pick. But anyway, generally you wouldn't have like a whole list of items you'd be able to go use. But now with the Isle of Dread and crafting, every weapon type in the game is being served with a, you know, tier 0 weapon, which is kind of good. But it also means that it's really hard for them to design modern weapons. That doesn't mean that they haven't designed some pretty good modern weapons, just that it's harder.
Although he might be pleased if you found heavy ice.
You still have streams in Linabelle? I like those YouTube videos. I don't want to say a whole lot, but he basically just didn't really want to like be on Spotlight or on camera anymore. So we haven't really done anything.
Locked in place with a sturdy
Which,
chain.
like, I definitely
A
understand.
skilled hand
And
could probably
I've said this before, and I will say it again. This might sound crazy or shocking to some people, but like, a lot of people get into video game design, and they want to make video games because they want to make video games, and not because they want to be on TV.
Great chamber, I think, says the Frost Giant.
It's like when people get mad that developers aren't posting about their game on like Twitter or something, aren't accountable directly to people, and it's like, yeah, because they don't, not that they don't want to be, but they don't want to be in the public eye.
And you, Rongnir, as well.
A ritual vessel, what do I do with it? I don't know, I haven't fought the King of the Mist yet. I haven't found him yet.
The Frost Giant storming into the room.
Yeah, it's basically new shroud crafting, but it's easier to understand and faster.
In my glacier, what are your true plans?
What are your true plans? I love this voice line.
That is
That's great.
not for you to know, you vainglorious giant.
Vainglorious, also great word. This is why I love playing fantasy games. You get to hear all these fantastic words.
Seems I'm outnumbered. That won't do at all.
He's immune to cold? I should have figured that out.
You have solved.
No, my arcane supremacy is going. No.
Laughs Rongnir. Well fought.
So yeah,
Now leave my
it has nothing to do with like,
before
I wouldn't say like
add
lack of
your
desire or anything like that.
corpses to the pile. Still here, rumbles Rongnir.
Also, if you're curious, because you might have been like, oh,
This glacier shall
where
be your grave.
Linabelle? Linabelle is just renamed. They're just Tonquin on the forums now.
To die in battle. No shame in that.
And they still post all the time. So instead of the Hey Linabelle thread, it's now the Hey Tonquin thread for small bugs. Grabbing quest, keep going. Cold to being in a cold place. I mean, I'd like to think that as a Canadian, I have some built-in cold resistance, which kind of makes sense because talking to Bobby, he'll be like, oh my god, it's so cold outside, it's 50 degrees. And I'm like, it's 0 outside right now. And I'm like, whatever, I didn't even notice. Seems good. Gnats and fleas? Yeah, exactly, like gnats and fleas. It's been a pretty mild winter, I agree. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it's also not necessarily a good thing. North Camp. Let's go. Oh, great. this. 1 second. My mom is calling me, and it's probably about Christmas. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Stop killing me. I'm just trying to answer the phone. This is about Christmas. Oop. Should I keep in mind? Again, it's holiday season. I want to make sure I'm keeping up with all the people and things. In previous holiday seasons, I've like focused more on the like live stream and stuff. And not that I don't want to do that. It's just, you know, see people while they're in town and traveling and doing whatever. I had once on the rock. It was 8 degrees and I flew back home yesterday. Yeah, it's not 8 degrees here for sure. It's still chilly. Like I said, it was -10 outside today. But we don't really have a lot of snow. There's not a lot of precipitation. Words are hard. Just mind. Return to DDO or Baldur's Gate. So I finished Baldur's Gate very recently, so this is fresh in my mind. I finished Baldur's Gate this week. So, here is my take on this. Baldur's Gate is a refreshing video game, and it gives you so many cool and wonderful options in terms of just general gameplay. It was a joy to be able to explore around and do so many different things. However, I will give the caveat that my overall score for the game that I give it was an 8.5 out of 10. Because while it is a good game and is good for trying to help set not boundaries, but like set standards for the industry, which I do think it is definitely an industry setter or a standard setter. At the same time, it has a lot of, especially since I played it right away, there's still a metric fuckload of bugs. So be aware to experience a lot of bugs in your first playthrough, just like an ungodly, unholy quantity of bugs, where like literally every 5 to 10 minutes, you're going to see something going wrong. Now, this was my experience. Apparently everybody didn't have this one, but I ran into like every single bug in the whole game, which is cool. But as long as, you know, either you've waited for quite a few patches, so they've done a lot of fixes and changes to improve things, and the game is definitely way better than it was at launch. But then the other issue is I played it immediately after finishing Baldur's Gate 2. And Baldur's Gate 2, while it is 30 years older, almost, like 25 years older, Baldur's Gate 2 is a very, very good video game and holds up incredibly well today and has significantly better character development and story. So it is also complicated. In my mind, those things were competing. Whereas if you go in without that perspective, you'll probably be able to enjoy it a little bit more because you won't have that context.
There you are. Right.
And then lastly,
Moment to spare.
Paladin is a nightmare and was the worst decision.
Good.
Don't play
Found the
Paladin.
crest.
So,
The coast is clear.
should you try it out? I mean, if you can afford Baldur's Gate 3, it's an amazing video game, and it's definitely an experience I think that pretty much anybody that has a computer or a console should play it, given the opportunity. I do think it's a great video game.
You have the crest. Well, what
I would rate my experience lower than an 8.5, but I would probably, overall, for me, the game is probably near the middle or bottom half of my games, like list of games that I played this year in terms of enjoyment. Diablo 4 is morally and creatively bankrupt, and does not. The only reason you would play Diablo 4 is if you wanted a game that was basically Diablo 3 with no changes, but your friends are playing Diablo 4 instead of Diablo 3, so you have to play Diablo 4. Maybe in 2 years Diablo 4 will be fun. For reference, I played and 100%ed the last Diablo 4 season, Season 2. And I got my Sorceress to level 100. I beat Uber Lilith. I collected all the cosmetics. I finished the season pass. So I 100%ed that thing. And I can tell you that there is not a single new idea in that video game. So if you want to get old ideas that regurgitated that have been already bypassed by other existing products like Path of Exile or Last Epoch, then Diablo 4 is for you.
Celagat cursed.
There's literally no new ideas. They didn't do anything new, anything different. They didn't break the mold. They didn't have a single new idea from any of the currently existing video games on the market. They did not push the envelope. They did not push the boundary. It's very pretty.
With a flash of
It's
light
visually
and a
appealing, for sure.
crash, everything
That's
goes
true. It is very visually appealing.
We were a bit late to stop the spell, I'm afraid.
It's a very pretty video game. The animations look cool. The bosses, it's impossible to tell when they're doing basically anything because their animations don't really track to what they're actually doing, which is very annoying. So boss fights are oftentimes a crapshoot, or really the solution to almost every boss fight is just damage them so fast that they just phase instantly, so you don't have to deal with them. Which is not my favorite mechanic for when playing video games. Like, it's fun to do, but it's kind of annoying when that's the solution to fighting bosses. The new boss that they added sucks with this season. Or that they added like 3 new bosses, and all of them are kind of boring and bad. And again, the reason why I say the bosses are kind of boring and bad is because, like, I play Path of Exile. Fucking even Last Epoch has cooler bosses than Diablo 4. And Last Epoch is made by a bunch of nobodies. So if you were going to buy a video game, I would say, in terms of, like, you want to play an action RPG, go get Last Epoch, or go get Path of Exile. Unless I hear critical acclaim months after. I wouldn't necessarily say that's the case. There are a lot of video game companies that just drop, like, straight-up bangers. You know what I mean?
Angry bellows issue from beyond.
But, like, yeah, I wouldn't trust Blizzard Entertainment. And again, this isn't me being a cynic. Even, like, the most apologetic Diablo 4 apologists are playing Path of Exile right now because the league is actually good. You know, like, you look at people like Darth Microtransaction, who had the dumbest fucking take ever. Who was like, when somebody was like, I think it was like Ackman made a video talking about, like, how Diablo 4 sucks. And then he was like, yeah, it doesn't feel like an RPG because there's no characters or development or story and nothing changes and the world feels empty. And then Darth Microtransaction's like, well, yeah, but Diablo isn't an RPG. And I'm like, what? What do you mean it's not an RPG? Diablo? Not an RPG? Excuse me? Wait, am I in another universe?
Secures a story full of never-ending
And even this fucking guy is like, yeah, and he started playing Path of Exile like a few months ago, and he's like, yeah, Path of Exile is basically everything you'd ever want in Diablo 4. It's just a better experience. So, like, again, this guy with the worst take of the year, that was a huge Diablo 4 apologist, is even still like, yeah, Diablo 4 is pretty bad. Like, oh my god.
Well, you again.
Like, I would agree. Diablo 4 really isn't a great RPG because the NPCs have nothing to say. There's basically no story, and your character is just fighting monsters. But yeah, are they a role-playing game? I mean, you can have a lot of role-playing elements. It's true that it's not a role-playing game, but to be fair, most role-playing games aren't role-playing games, so you don't really play a role. There isn't a lot of creativity. Like, think about some of the biggest role-playing games, like, in the world. Like Skyrim. It's not really a role-playing game. RPG, in modern terms, is just a video game that has a story, that has a level-up system. And a skill tree, probably. And then, boom, there's your RPG. The term's really watered down. Like, you think about your RPGs with, like, multiple different outcomes and multiple ways to solve problems, and where you're actually, like, in the experience and having the role play. Again, like your, like, classic Baldur's Gate or Neverwinter Nights and things. Versus, like, modern RPGs, where every quest has one solution to the quest. Or sometimes quests will have 2 programmed-in solutions. It's like, oh shit, in Fallout, you can either beat the quest by doing what the quest says, or by, like, killing the guy. Role-playing. Yeah, the best way to dunk on D4 is to ask 3 characters that are, name 3 characters that are not the main cast in Diablo 4. I couldn't do it. Well, Ice Shot build, how would that be to play? Ice Shot's cool because it has a lot of AoE, because the way that it works is when you shoot a guy, you hit him with the arrow, and then the ice goes and blasts behind in like a cone. And so the trick is you just like get the Ice Shot. Oh yeah, the lag causes problems. I hope nobody falls because this lag is brutal. Also, anytime, Ono. I'm glad to be... It's just fun to talk about video games. And I don't want this to be like a shit on Blizzard session. Because, you know, a lot of people are very happy with what they're doing with World of Warcraft. And there are very talented people that do work at Blizzard Entertainment. The problem is, it doesn't matter how skilled or talented you are when the decisions, and at the end of the day, get filtered through the lens of the corporate money-making machine. Which end up, you know, kind of souring the experience for many when they make a lot of bad decisions with the game. Or just make something that's not very satisfying in general. Bound to consoles, I guarantee you Microsoft has already had those conversations and they're definitely working on it. Could you imagine if you could play WoW on Xbox? It's not that hard to put that game onto Xbox. The shit runs Windows. And World of Warcraft is like a Nintendo 64 game in terms of visual quality. They can get it done. You evolve by leveling Ice Shot to 20? No, you get it by... as you play, there are Vol side areas, basically these portals that go to like corrupted realms. And then when you beat them, they give you corrupted gems, and it gives you a random one. Usually the way you do it, because there's like 80 corrupted gems, is you just buy the one that you want from somebody. I probably have a Vol corrupted gem I could give you, a Vol Ice Shot, if you wanted it. To get you started with the Vol Ice Shot, and I'm sure probably anybody else also playing could give you one as well. And they have no value. Level 0? Oh, yeah. But when you get to the point where you can use it, like, the random extra Vol gems don't do anything. So I'd be more than happy to give you one if you needed one. If you were like, this sounds cool, I want to try it, then no problem. I can make it so. Yeah, I would spend some more time talking about DDO, but I don't really have a lot to talk about here, other than the fact that I'm blind.
Bah, I could keep this glacier floating myself. I think this has gone far enough. Do I need to come down there and finish you myself?
It would do wonders for retention. Well, the thing is that it's just an untapped marketplace. The console gamers will play MMORPGs. You know how I know that? Because people play Neverwinter on Xbox. That's how desperate they are. They will play Neverwinter on the Xbox because they don't have any other choices. That would be so massive. Something about leveling at gem 20 and back to 1. So that's the way it works. It used to work is that if you got a gem to 20, because quality is a stat, you could use a recipe to turn your level 20 gem back to 1 and have a 20 quality gem. So instead of having to like level up all your qualities by hand, which is what you used to do back in the day by getting 20 of these little like jewels and then like leveling up the quality, instead what you can do is just level them to 20 and then reset them, which is faster and cheaper. However, they changed that, so that recipe is gone. You're not allowed to do that anymore. And they took that away because the item, the Gem Cutter's Prism, which was good for quality, basically lost all of its value because everyone was just leveling gems by leveling to 20. And so they were worthless. Now, Gem Cutter's Prisms are back on the... they now have their value again. Charity live stream for them? Yeah, we start the charity live stream for Blizzard Entertainment. And we run the charity live stream for 10 years, and then we don't donate any of the money, and we keep it for ourselves.
What's that? Over there. Look.
That's the secret. We're stuck playing Neverwinter? Oh yeah. And by the dip? Oh yeah. Chips and dips sound kind of good, actually.
Hormir's certain ruin has been averted by you, by me, for honor and for the crown.
Level 28, baby! Let's go! Here we go. Garlic steak burgers from Steak and Shake. Ooh, that sounds kind of good. Get healthy shit in your treat stream yet? Probably not. Why? Change my character build. I'm going fully dry with Assassin Rogue, mixing Assassin in the trees. Yeah, I saw that. You were posting in the chat about how you couldn't find a rare. Go, Porkers. What? I'm also not hungry. I went out and I had it might also be the fact that I had a pretty big lunch earlier. I went out with a friend of mine. We got lunch. Then we hit the shopping mall. Because that's just what we do. The Christmas time made it busy, but yeah. We had lunch and then we went to the shopping mall. So it was pretty busy at the shopping mall. Also, I went into the store to buy candles. Because I wanted a candle. Because around Christmas time, it's nice to have some like nice smelling candles. For me personally, anyway, I like it. So I was like, oh yeah, I'll buy like a candle or whatever. I go in, they were sold out of Christmas candles, and all they had were their autumn candles. I'm sorry, I don't want autumn leaves to smell right now, and I'd rather have like peppermint. But they were sold out. Yeah. I bought some Treasure Hunters and ran fast back to basics and never pulled a dagger. I re-rolled. Yes, that's because Treasure Hunter elixirs don't increase the drop rate of items at all. What Treasure Hunter elixirs do is they increase the quality of your loot, which is to say, if you did pull a dagger, it would have a higher chance of having the mythic boost on it. It's confusing. It's probably intentionally so people think it increases their drop rates when it actually doesn't, which is unfortunate, but you know, it, as we say in the business, it is what it is. You pretty much only play on hardcore when it's open? Yeah. I mean, I do go back to the regular servers sometimes, but like, I'm the leader of the guild, I have to log in every day, and I enjoy playing on Hardcore League. So I do definitely take a pretty big break from regular DDO during hardcore. Not because I hate regular DDO, it's just, you know, it's a nice change of pace. Also, there's like the forgiving nature of Hardcore League, where like on the regular servers, I always feel like I have to grind a specific thing. You know what I mean? I have to specifically go out and work on this character. I have to specifically go and do this task. Whereas if I feel like making a new character using the random character generator and putting it into the wood chipper, I don't feel like I have to do anything. Do you know what I mean? Because if I did that on the regular server, I'd feel like I'm wasting my time because I could just be leveling a regular character. Banishing Light Mace of Deception and Wounding. Huh. Anyway. How goes the leveling? We just finished Sturmhorn, so I'm done with all of my favors. So I was about to do some, like, sagas, probably. Enders and 2 Curse of Butterflies. Yeah, but you also have a double Cursed Ring, so it's not all bad. And make it simpler? Yeah. It's actually kind of weird that you can't just directly buy loot boosts in the store. So I'll go for more cards. Nice. Yeah, I'm probably going to do some expansion stuff at some point soonish. Oh, because I have nothing else to run. Okay. Greater Harper pin acquired. Nice. 55-38. Ooh, baby. If I don't log in every day, he might purge himself by accident. True. But yeah, like I said, it's mostly just like the de-stressing. Like I don't have to worry about what I do on my character. I can just play whatever and it doesn't really matter. I know it's silly because it's all about the perception, if that makes sense, where it's like the perception of it. Like wasting my time on hardcore is no different than wasting my time on the regular server. But to my brain, it feels different. So yeah. Having 2 sucks? Yeah, me too. I've actually only cursed 4 items on my main character, and I got 2 Curse of Butterflies and the water breathing. Which is great. Anyway, I'll be right back. I gotta get some water. I shall return in a moment. Ugh. I have returned. Oh, by the way, Strim, I found a use for my favorite shuriken, like a build that 100% requires it. Yeah, it's called one level of Sacred Fist. I've seen that before. I already got water, and I drank some water. 3? Damn it, I was so close. $3 HP? Damn. I haven't even decided on anything to do, but I do like that the people in my group are here with the Kung Fu grip because they want to do more content, and they know I'm going to run more content. So they're like, yep, I'm here, I'm ready to go. Let's do more quests, let's go. Hurry up, chop chop, chippity chop. This is a 1-pointer? Did I really spend that many points in that tree? Hold on. 1-pointer, 3. Oh, that's a 1-pointer. And that's a 1-pointer. Oh, these are all 1-pointers. Amazing. I guess I just bank my points until 30. So, what am I taking here? I'm taking the Blast Drive for +3 to all saves. Makes sense. I'm banking my points. Got Slaughter and Total Chaos to deal good damage but get shredded. Yeah, you gotta be very careful. Your positioning really matters quite a bit. Okay. Gameplay with the risk of failure being there? No, it makes sense, trust me. Wait, why 3 Paladin? I'm curious about that. Look at that Milkman with 2,978 hit points while not raging. And 3,000 while raged. Oh my god, look at the defenses on this guy. And 2 Imbue dice? Oh, Exalted Smite. Yeah, because they don't have Smite Evil working with ranged, but Exalted Smite Evil does work with ranged. Another Divine Vessel, those are good. What do we do now? I don't know. How tanky is Milkman? Is it gonna be a saga? Can't. I'm too high level. Yeah, Ravenloft is probably a good idea. If Milkman goes into rooms first before I do, then sounds good. Let's run Cog Saga. Damn, I need Ravenloft. I need Sharn mains. Because all of my items come from Sharn main, so I kind of want to run Sharn main. The problem with Sharn main is reflex saves. Everything has evasion in Sharn, so it's really annoying until I get some gear. Yeah, kind of want to do Sharn main Saga. Or Ravenloft Saga is also fine. I haven't decided. No help? Alright, sounds good. Come do Sharn with me? I could reform. You got horse? Wait, do you guys already have a Sharn group? Is there all of a sudden a Sharn party? Is this happening? Did I, like, go AFK and I missed out on the Shardy? Yeah, we'll see what we do. I think I might do some of that. Yeah, I do want to do Sharn. Sharn would be pretty good. There's, like, 3 items I need at a Sharn. I don't think I have any of them, but I can double check. Let me see here. Oh god. What do I have so far? Give me a minute. I have the Bandolier and the Researcher's Cloak, so I have 2 items. We do Sharn, it's worth it for the pulls? Yeah, I'd like to do Sharn. So I have like 3 pieces of gear here, which is fine. And then, of course, the Skullduggery cap. Alright, sounds good. Alright. I'ma do Sharn, which will require some restructuring to get specific people in. Thank you for the questing, friends. Alright, leave party. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna do a Sharn saga. That sounds good to me. I do want to do that. So that's gonna be the plan. Because it's good for XP and also good other stuff. Yeah, I don't need anything from the cogs, it's just the mains. I mean, I can do the cogs as well, but I definitely really want to get the mains done. It's good for my character. So, because I need a bunch of items from Sharn mains. Oh, nice. Am I doing the restructuring, or is somebody else doing the restructuring? Because I haven't done anything. Reaper 4 Sharn? No. No, no, no. I need to get to level 32. I'm currently level 28. And I can't kill golems yet. All right. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Let me go through here. Hold on. Give me a second here. Alright. Oh no! War Divine was slain. R.I.P., dude. Damn, dude. Alright, so now... how do I get to Sharn again? The old Sharn? Clifftop Tower? Yeah. Okay.
Now that you have arrived in the wondrous city of Sharn, Captain Dranmore suggests that you head to the Adventurers Guild to find out more about current events in the city. Speak to Summer Coronor
Alright.
of the Clifftop Adventurers Guild.
Do we
in
have
the
to start
Clifftop
with
Tower district of
last
Sharn.
Oh, I gotta get ship buffs. That's a good idea. I should stop having no ship buffs. Do you have to start with Lost at Sea for the saga? I think you do have to start with Lost at Sea for the saga. Sorry, I have a lot of messages. All right. To the harbor.
The city of Stormreach is abuzz with the news that
Time
a
to
ship
do
has arrived
activities.
to ferry passengers to Sharn, the city of towers. The ship's captain seeks heroes looking
Should be a good
for
time.
a grand adventure in the clouds. Speak to
Sharn
Captain
should
Alban
be
Dranmore
good.
in the Stormreach harbor to set sail for
I said-
Sharn.
Sharn, I'm not too worried about this. The only thing I'm like mildly worried about is just getting eaten, but as I said, my character's got like 120 physical resistance rating while also missing a whole bunch of statistics, so you know, it'll get there. Why am I missing 1 intelligence all of a sudden? Where did my 1 intelligence go? Alright. I don't know. Yeah, this should be okay. Like I said, as long as like Milkman goes into rooms first, I can heal him really, really easily, and we do like a good amount of damage, so it's easy. After finish up an island farm viable, they tap me to give him a hand to farm it. Oh yeah. Yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah. Sure. My current leader is Mr. Cruiser. I almost said Mick Cruiser, but that's not correct. We're just running Sharn for experience points, and also for filigree, and also my gear set comes from Sharn because I need the chest piece and the cloak. No, chest piece and the helmet and the gloves, and our group is full. Well, there we go. There we go. Well, that was it. That was fast. But yeah, we're just doing some, like I said, we're just doing some stuff. Like I said, I just want to get some XP, just a smidgen, you know? My character's... Oh! I have 1, 2, 3, 4 hit points. That's very exciting for me. Oh, very great. Yeah, we'll be okay. So this will be an easy process. Yeah, like I said, I'm just trying to get to cap and then get my XP and then get my gear, and I got some stuff.
Quick, change your password to 1234. It's a sign.
No doubt she's one of the crew sent to salvage.
Oh right, I forgot that these things have evasion. I forgot that everything has evasion because I'm in thing. Sea lions are coming. Sea lions, sea lions. Just double checking. We got sea lions. But no, I don't want to change my password to 1234. It's already my PIN, so it would be pretty bad to have my password and my PIN being the same thing. Like, that'd be pretty embarrassing. Everything should be okay. What level is this guy? 30? Yeah, they're 30. I just don't want people to die.
But none.
Oh wait, is this the Inquisitive?
The Sahuagin must have taken
That could be the Inquisitive.
inside the cave. You step out of the water and into
Bottoms up, I'll punch some things? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the only way I think a spot will open up is if somebody dies.
magical barrier to keep
Which is possible. I hope it doesn't happen, but it could happen.
a Sahuagin standing atop a rock high above sounds the alarm. Fools!
Yeah.
You've made enemies of the Dagamore, he croaks. More forces rush in from the caves nearby.
Oh, hello. See ya. I don't know if anyone was handing out Death Ward, but you gotta be careful in here because of the Necromancers and stuff. If you don't have Death Ward, they'll get you. I'm not worried about it. I'm back here. The problem I currently have is that my saving throws are just a little low, or my DCs. I'm still missing like all the DC items and stats. I'm not exactly sure where I'm missing 30 DCs, but apparently in my builder I got over 100, so I'll get to level camp, then I'll go put on all the items and the gear, and then get the things, and do the things, and put on the items, and everything should be fine. Your hand placement on the keyboard, what button do you use? So the trick is, I just have like giant hands. I'm like fucking Shaquille O'Neal over here, with hands that are so large I can grab the torso of an adult human with one hand. So like, you know, that's a thing. Also, buttons 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 are on the side of my mouse, and it's just, those are my mouse placements. I have a button with 12 buttons on the side, and that's where I hit those buttons.
With the pirates out of the way, you can finally take a look at Von's camp.
Oh! The Acolyte's lenses.
We've
That's
recovered
very
Vaught's
convenient.
mysterious shipment at long last.
This will be very convenient as a
Must be
starter
very
item for
valuable to have
intelligence.
drawn such
And it's
attention.
Mythic 1 too. Cool.
Whatever it is.
Nice. This is convenient. Yeah, I can't do that. I do 1, 2, 3, 4 with this hand on the keyboard, and then everything else gets done with the mouse hand. Shift and mouse 7 also works? Yeah. So, because I shift with this key, and then I hit 7 on the mouse. Also, one of the buttons on my mouse is shift as well. So when I have to do shift 1 or shift 2 or shift 3, I hit shift on the mouse and then hit 1, shift 2, shift 3. It's the pro gamer move. So, yeah. We already have them. We got them earlier. Well, it's for me now. So, yeah. Never considered that 7 is just mouse 7? Yeah, well, because I just keybound it, right? Because all these are programmable. And so I just changed the numbers up for what I wanted. And it just made it easier that way. So that way I have access to about... I currently have 30 keybinds that I can use. So without clicking anything, I can hit 30 different skills. Which again, is very convenient because it means I don't have to click on anything.
Her employer wants you to pass along some information about the Stormreach beacon. You enter the boarding house, an island of quiet in the hustle and bustle of the city. A genial halfling nods to you from behind the front desk. A violent
Again, I just don't want to be the first person in the room because I want to get initial aggro. As long as the initial aggro goes on Milkman, everything is fine.
You'll have to find another way up to the terrace.
Boop.
This looks more
Does explain
like
the
a
hotbars being so far from the center.
house. Vaughn has rented this entire
Oh yeah, one of the
operation
things you will learn very quickly is that skill clicking, like clicking on all your buttons, is very bad in MMORPGs. Because one of the best ways you can handle mobility is to like use mouse turning, mouse look, and what have you. And if you are clicking your skills, you can't turn and cast a spell at the same time. So you'll notice that sometimes when I cast, I'll jump and throw down. You can't do that if you have to jump and click, because you have to turn down, go, jump, press the button, turn back, which doesn't work. And so you lose out on a huge chunk of mobility that way, unfortunately. And so that is just something that I end up doing. My keyboard turn? Yeah, but you can't look down. Had trouble aiming it? Yeah. I have never been able to use controller comfortably in DDO. I always wanted to. A long time ago, I had a... Why does everything have evasion in this expansion? There's the reason why I don't like Sharn is every single monster has evasion. Regular trash monster? Yeah, he's got evasion. Trapper? That's got evasion. Trigger Man? Oh yeah, they got evasion. Enforcer? That's got evasion.
Rubble blocks the elevator shaft, as well as the nearby
I feel like I'm losing my mind.
You won't be getting up to the terrace this way.
So yeah. This is one of the reasons why Primal Avatar is so crazy good for Hardcore League, because the damage over time and Shardstorm both have no saving throw on them, which is so
The way
convenient.
up to the terrace is just ahead, but one final group of attackers blocks
Barbarian
the
as
path.
easy as possible. Yeah. Does this guy have evasion? Oh, Rabo has improved evasion. I forgot. Yeah, classic improved evasion. Good job. Yeah, the problem I had with the Archer is I only had like plus 150 to hit, and it was just constant grazing
He
hits.
seems unruffled by the attack.
Like every other attack was a grazing hit, which is annoying. No, I don't. I need a rune arm.
I have a message for you.
Says Vaunt.
The beacon belongs to me now. I paid the Boromar
Yeah.
clan good money.
So
to
like
get it,
getting
after
the
all.
grazing hits
Don't think
constantly
for a moment that
is
you can
really
challenge
hard.
me in my city.
Like when like I said, Archer, I was like 150 and it felt awful. It's like trying to do Isle of Dread or
terrace collapses beneath you.
what do you call it, Vecna or whatever. Horrific, absolutely horrific. It was just miss. I felt like half of my attacks just didn't go through. So yeah. I need the gloves from Same Old Song. Enigma Core comes from the quest House of Pain, which is a quest that we farmed for everything else and probably pulled a lot of them, but I didn't realize I would need one.
Stone on stone as a concealed
We farmed that
door
quest for
slides
like
open.
2 of the cloaks.
You walk out into the
cloaks.
streets of Cogsgate. Towers
And I didn't
loom
realize
high
in the
above,
moment that I would have
so
needed the
tall they
Enigma
block
Core.
out the night sky. Anyone who knows what's good for them will stay indoors tonight. Rain of blood is falling here, and it's up to you to mop up the mess.
At least I have access to Tonquins, which has no saving throw on it, so I can just hit people for 9,000 damage, which is nice when I crit.
You push open the door to the
But
apartment.
yeah, that's not still not
surprisingly
amazing.
well-decorated rooms show signs of a struggle. Your stomach clenches in anticipation.
Cloaks and
as you
neck
near
than
the
other
crime scene.
items.
After
Yeah, it's
examining
funny
the
because
corpse,
we were doing
you
the
can see that
heroics
he's
and we
killed by a
didn't get the
poisoned
docent, but we
crossbow
got
bolt.
2 cloaks and the
His
necklace
last
and
gamble
heroic
to get
leveling, and I'm
was
like, oh
just out
man,
of reach.
I really
Fell
wanted
just
it.
One big, cleaning up on a match in an underground fighting ring down in the Cogs. Fallon must have spent his recent
I
winnings
really
digging
wanted it, but
himself
I
out
got
of debt.
nothing, and I was very
Imagine
upset.
meeting your end right after getting yourself clear. At least he died in the black. Despite clear attempts to make this look like a break-in.
So yeah,
all
I mean, it
the
is called
valuables
House
are
of
still
Pain.
in their
It's
proper
appropriate.
places. As you mull this
Very
over, the
infrequently
voices
do
from the
quests
direction you
actually, you know, do the events of the quest actually represent are represented that well by the name.
The doors to the gambling hall are wide open.
Yep,
and
it
its
does.
Chairs are empty.
Yeah, I need the
Though
gloves
the
from
nearby
either
tables are still
Same
covered
Old
with
Song
food
and
and drink.
Dance or
Looks like the customers left in a hurry. A chest full of coins
what do you
is
call
left
it?
here locked
Same Old Song and
behind
Dance or Just Business. One of those two are fine. It doesn't matter which one I get. I just need one of the two.
Information in this ledger would fetch a
I
pretty
need,
price on the black market. You wonder why the murderer would leave it behind. You
the
find a crossbow
docent
bolt
from
still
House of
lodged
Pain,
in the
and then I need
victim's
the
side.
helmet
You
from
also notice
No
several
Refunds.
gashes on her palm.
Fortunately, No Refunds is a
Searching the
very
gambling
fast
hall
quest.
raised more
Yeah, I don't want to
questions
farm
about the
Just Business. I'd
murderers
rather
than
not
answers.
farm Just Business.
As you turn to leave,
Like I said, I need one of the
there's
two.
clamoring outside the building.
So if we don't get it from Same Old Song and Dance, and then we run House of Pain or Just Business, and we do get the item, then that will be good.
The way you came. You've learned all you can about these first two
Oh yeah,
quests.
Just Business is
Head back
garbage.
to
There's
the
nothing good about that
Zelda
quest.
awaits your results.
That's not
Zelda
true.
unlocks the gate, revealing a
There is
small
one good thing
window
about
that
Just
goes deeper
Business,
into the heart
which
of
is
Cogsgate.
sorry, sweetheart, them's the breaks, which is a fantastic voice line. That one will get me.
A different body, but the same song. A crossbow bolt dipped in poison, and a palm covered in slashes. Yet this time, the only detail catches your eye. A shattered pin bearing font
So yeah, we'll see.
symbol. A
Could Shield
closer
Master
look
Joanne
at
Finds
the
especially
peg
all work
reveals
with
a
Bastard
thin
Sword
compartment
and an orb?
filled
No,
with
because
smuggled
orbs aren't
goods.
shields.
Some small packages lie in the cauldron. No doubt they were hidden there so they could be fenced on the black market later. The murderer could have
You got
emptied
the
pawn
eye?
shop,
Oh, nice.
and yet,
Yay, we already got started, so we're a few quests in.
armed with your
So but we should be
wonder,
okay.
What connects all these gruesome crimes? The last of the heavily armed halfling thugs falls. Another alley stretches before you. The more you learn about the victims,
A lot of these things are just
the
dying
more questions you
instantaneously.
have. You can only
Go
hope
take
that
care, have a
Zelda's
nice
close by
dinner,
holds
get a
the
good
answers
time.
you've been seeking.
Yeah, you can do single weapon fighting and
chieftain
two-handed
stands
fighting at the
before
same
you,
time. You just
with a
can't do
face
all
you
shield,
remember
single
from
weapon
your
and
recent
shield mastery because they're
adventures.
mutually exclusive.
Despite your own
Now,
shot at
technically,
meeting him
there
again,
is one way
you
to
hope
get
that
all
Zelda is
three,
willing to
which is
answer
to
your
use the
questions
buckler
about
while
the
swashbuckling. but that also requires 9
Dimension door,
feats
his face
or
glowing
10
with the
feats, or
smoke
I don't know. It's an
cloud
ungodly
coming
number
in.
of feats.
Think
It's too many
6
feats.
though you're too
Even
busy
if you take
dealing
one of the
with
specialties, you're still
nervous.
spending a lot of
The
feats.
troll topples. Yet another casualty of this bloody night. Now, to meet up with Zelith. Zelith shakes her head. The weight of
It's
her
just a lot of
brother's
feats.
betrayal settling over her like the dirt that falls
You got
from the
horse for
streets from
tonight?
above.
Yeah, sounds good.
But you've got a job to finish. Another crime scene leads you in an alley to the south.
I got
Secret
con
door
rare
slides
double.
Open, revealing a Medusa. Oddly enough, she doesn't seem surprised to see
But yeah,
you.
for sure. Like I said,
Instead,
I'm
she
very
motions
tired
for you
tonight, so
to
I'm just
enter.
kind of being casual.
That ledger told you what you needed to know. The victims
I
all
figured that this
were
quest
gone
chain would be
before
pretty
you
straightforward
knew
and
too
simple, and
much
I
of
actually
his
need some of the
operations
gear out of it.
cogs.
And we have like
More
enough
slashes
volume
on
of
the
AoE
palm.
that it should be fine.
This time, you see the pattern. You wonder how you could have missed such an important clue. The slashes
But yeah,
were
with
literally
the
killer's
specialization
signature.
feed, I think it
Whoever
was
did this
Chris or
wasn't
somebody
shy
else
about
in
letting
chat who
people
actually
know.
did the all 3
You
feats
find a
build,
security
and they
ledger
said it
in
was
Boston
cool
Avant Arcana
and
Tech
bad,
symbol.
which
A
sounds
quick glance
appropriate. Does
reveals
Urk
that
have
every
evasion?
victim had worked.
Yeah, he does. All right,
Too
fuck
big of a
yeah, let's go,
coincidence to
dude.
overlook.
Evasion.
Especially
Woo.
since a note in the margin talked about
I love
cleaning
this
up
video game.
loose ends. You catch up with Zelith and fill her in on the clues you found so far. She points you towards an alleyway northwest of where the goblin was last seen.
Every time, dude.
A
Every
familiar
time.
voice echoes from behind this door.
Yeah, everything has evasion. Isla Dread also has a lot of evasion.
And leaving your
So
signature
yeah,
behind
so it's
was
a lot of
beyond
evasion.
Stupid. Now Zelith is onto us. It's only a matter of time before she and those adventurers come barging in here.
Zulkus
Oh, I
quickly
needed a
casts
lot of
dimension
Island of
door.
Dread.
The tiefling and the goblin disappear through it.
To be fair, though, doing these quests on Elite is great in terms of getting, like, experience points and stuff, so this is really good. Like, being able to just kind of run through these all in Elite, I'll be able to pick up the Saga as well, which will be nice. Gibbers, of course, he has evasion. Yeah, I mean, what if I got a Jack Gibbers Blade? You know what's funny? If you actually got Gibbers Blade, and then you, like, leveled up, or, like, you used it, your character would... Or yeah, if you got Jack Gibbers Blade and then you used it, you would die a second time on hardcore, which means it would eat 2 of your lives. I don't know why you would ever do that, but you technically could.
Victor asked you to wait for him outside. Looks like getting inside his warehouse won't be a problem. Victor leans over and whispers.
I don't want to lose my
Right.
job. If you'll just follow me, I'll cough when it's time for us to part ways. What you do after that?
So yeah, so we'll go.
None of my business.
Yeah, also the technicians have evasion. Why did they give everything in Sharn evasion? Dying to Jib? I mean, I don't want to get a Jib and die to it to find out, but if it's the last day and I get a Jib... No, that would kill me. I can't even
Victor
Jib.
coughs and nods at a flimsy
How do you
blade
cleanse Jib?
and hurries away.
There is one way to cleanse it. I don't know how you cleanse it.
That must be your way inside. Time for you to investigate the warehouse.
Epic moment, the Jib. Whoopsie. Yeah, no, there's a way to there you can cancel the Jib. There's like a way to dispel the effect off of your character. I just can't remember what it is.
You'll have to find another way. According to this ledger,
Oh, we got the ledger,
all of
nice.
the
No, it's not Morning
blueprints
Cannons.
have been moved to the office upstairs for shredding.
Understand that in a world full of magic, you should not judge anyone by appearance. But the description, halfling thug is still hilarious, especially against your humongous warforged. Well, yeah, but they're like, you know, they're like a street tough. They got their hired muscle. Maybe the guy like really like hits the gym all the time and is like strong as hell. Like there are definitely people that are shorter than me that could kick my ass. And that's not just because I'm weak, feeble, frail, fragile. I am all of those things, but also, you know, there's some tough people out there. You know what I mean?
We still have to destroy the lab downstairs. Portal, please.
Portal,
Why not just take the
please.
stairs? Ask the tiefling. Portal, now! Snaps the being in a commanding tone.
Die, technician.
Hear a familiar voice
You
somewhere
bastards.
nearby. It's Victor acting acting surprised.
Oh, what's all this? Dear Orion, we have a security breach. Yeah, quickly.
You can't kill me. I have evasion. I don't have evasion. These guys have evasion.
This is one of Vaught's prototypes. Make me
Aye.
completely invincible.
Victor presses a button, and the sphere of force closes in around him.
My issue with the technicians having evasion is pretty simple. It's basically artificers don't get evasion, so the technicians should not get evasion. That's my thought process. Like, they gave the technicians evasion, so the artificers should get evasion by default, I think. I think that's how they should do it. But imagine being short. I don't want to think about that. +2 armor class, true. For pleasure, not speed. But halflings are like 4 feet tall. Max Warforged start at 7 feet. It's not about strength, it's about mass and leverage. Well, yeah, but it's magic.
A familiar voice calls out up ahead. Time's up.
Like, in the real world, I'm totally with you all the way. Like, yeah, a halfling can't beat a Warforged because of just the simple, like, the mass problem we're just talking about. Well, like, but we're not talking about the mass problem. With, like, magic, where, like, somebody has, like, a +50 strength item or something. You know, that is a different story. Like, we're also in a world where my wizard can lift 1,200 pounds. And my strength sucks. I agree with you, yeah. It does sound kind of funny. But, you know, that's, I guess, why you can't judge a book by its cover, right? Because then you'll have, you know, a halfling who's like, hey, man, I'm going to kick your ass. And you're like, yeah, whatever. And then he punches you, and, like, well, the punch is so hard that he tears, like, the fabric of space-time apart and creates a black hole in your intestines. Because they have strength 170. Or some crazy number.
Victor's treachery continues.
Oh, is that a fire? Nobody goes in.
Your backstory is the only thing that counts? What do you mean, Deadshot? Have a ring of evasion?
Hear the ominous hum.
Honestly, if there was an item that gave you evasion, that would be pretty wacky. There is swim evasion DDO, but it's so niche and useless, it's not really a real thing to consider. Your hired goons like orcs or something? True, but also remember that this is Eberron. In Eberron, the halflings are very, very, very relevant because of their organized crime. Like, the Boromar clan's all halflings. They ride raptors. They have a lot of money.
A hissing, chilling chant.
The only thing that mattered was the upbringing and your backstory. They changed it so that way, as an optional rule, you could decide what your stat bonuses were, because people can be different based on the types of characters that they are. Like, not every orc is gonna... They're like, not every orc is gonna be strong, and not every orc is gonna be stupid. So, if you want to write your... Oh yeah, Forge Race have evasion.
Alright, don't do anything rash. I'm coming out.
Anyway.
Perhaps we can make a deal.
Victor presses the button.
Working just business? No, you have to be underwater.
The magical barrier around him fades away.
So yeah. Ooh. So yeah. So it's not so much that they don't matter, and you can still factor that into your character, but it's more so that, you know, there is truth to that. Like, your upbringing and who you are determines a lot about what you do. Because I think that generally people will gravitate towards the things that they're, like, they find easier or better at. So it's kind of the same thing. Red Dragonborn, so I use big weapons and breathe fire. Yeah, you won't be able to breathe fire, but the idea of a kobold who is, like, trained to use bigger weapons because they're around that type of culture makes sense to me. Oh, yeah. I should go take level 29. I'll do it after this quest, especially if I get the gloves. Yeah. Automatic win due to rule of cool. It's pretty good.
You've arrived at Club Clawfoot, a popular night spot owned by the Boromar clan. Counselor Sevilla Patella pulled some strings to get you on the guest list.
Nice. Look at all
Perhaps
this.
Now you can drive a wedge between the Boromar and Vaughn.
But yeah, I personally think that it was good for that. Excuse me, to do that for the game because it just. There are many times where I narratively want to take a character that makes sense in terms of a setting, but the thing about the stats is that you just feel kind of bad about your stats being a little bit different. And not even like from a min-max perspective, but like, you know, let's say that you have like, you know, because they do modify for some of these things. Let's say you have a gnome who are like a group of gnomes that live in the forest. You know, if they have some type of like semi-normalized society, they'll have like guards, you know, patrols, people who wear armor, who do all these different things. Like, you know, kind of the necessities of any amount of society. So it makes sense that they'd be like partially trained and capable of doing a bunch of things.
He gives you permission to approach Regina, Club Clawfoot's manager.
Drop and give me 3 glasses? Sir, yes, sir.
A piercing alarm reverberates.
And you might be like, yeah, but they can't have that same lifting capacity. And on the one hand, you're kind of right, but on the other hand, you're actually exactly right. They don't have the same lifting capacity, because if you play D&D, you would know that different races of different sizes have different physical carrying capacities. And then also magic kind of comes in the background. It's also nice because it's an optional rule as well. And that's the thing I appreciate about optional rules. If you like the way that the game is done initially, and you think that having a specific racial bonus is better for your campaign or your world or your setting or whatever it is you're doing, then there's nothing wrong with continuing to use that. It's the best part about being an optional rule. You can go, oh, that sounds great, and then use it if you want, or don't use it if you don't. Oh, that weird neck cramp. That's weird. There's like a twitch in my neck muscle. Bad neck muscle. There we go, we're good.
A piercing but pitch perfect scream.
So I like optional rules like that. Optional rules that don't really get in the way of people's general gameplay experience, but then give you like good options. Works for me.
The defeated gargoyle cackles and rasps.
Die, hyenas.
But the others will crush you. Dust.
Whoop.
Forever. More attacks are on the way. But for now, you have a moment to rest.
So yeah, like I said, I like optional rules. I think optional rules are a great way to solve like small problems in the game. To be like, well, if you wanted to play this, you can. It's better to have the option to do something than for the game designers to be just no one to think about that, and then you have to come up with it on your own. Having something like that just be better accepted is good. Like, I've never really complained about having more rules in any D&D game because there's so many ambiguous situations in pen and paper. Just like all the time, dude. One of my favorites is in 3.5. There were so many ambiguous rules. Even though 3.5 was generally better for these things, you'd still have a lot. And that's why they had to release a book called the Rules Compendium. And the Rules Compendium was literally just a book of rules clarifications. And like, dude, it's a great book. I'm a huge fan, but also, my god, it's like kind of frustrating that something like that is very necessary. Being a rules layer, and it just robs the game so much fun. Again, I don't actually think I think it depends on the circumstance. Because consistency matters. Like, if you're playing the game, you want to make sure that the rules are consistent, so you as a player can understand what the expectations are and what's actually going on. So I think that it is important to have like some consistency in rules. Gloves. Nothing. We got a Stygian Wrath. We got a Celestial Ruby. We got an armor piece. Damn, we got literally everything except for the crossbow and the gloves. Out of 5 items, we got the 3 that we didn't want. Amazing. It's okay. Well, then the next quest has a chance to drop a pair of gloves that I also want. So we'll try it out. Stream RNG? Yeah, sometimes it happens.
Tell that to the devs for finding Doris.
Good old Finding Doris. Yeah, once I get to level 30, I can take maximum overdrive of the force field generator, armor leggings. I would have loved to take flash drive for the extra 10 PRR and MRR, because that's really good. But I couldn't justify taking it, because flash drive is 450% increased threat. And it's like, that's not a good idea. But I wanted it. So instead, I'm going to be... I took... Of the 3 drives, I took Efficiency, Spark, and Blast. So I'm going to get 5% movement speed, 10 energy resistance, and +3 to all saves, which is pretty good. A separate tree? Yes. It's on the FAQ for Vecna. The exact date is there. I don't remember what it is. It's probably going to be January or February.
Arrive in Dava Gate, one of Sharn's many business districts. The streets are almost deserted at this hour. A lone figure stands idly on the platform next to a sky barge.
Mr. Volt,
Feb, yeah. It's in the frequently asked questions for the Vecna expansion. I just don't know.
which was turned down due to our lack
Bard,
of
please.
subtlety, shall we say? Yes, well, I prefer audacity to subtlety. I admit that subtlety has allowed the Aurum to do as they please with the 5 nations for many years. But what I have to offer your organization
I got Bard buffs.
cannot be ignored.
I want to buy the latest Vecna expansion. Vecna is really it's as hard as Sharn is, I would say. Except for some of the Nothics. The Nothics can kind of get... The Nothics will screw you up if you're not prepared for them.
Please come in. Now,
So it depends.
I know you invited our mutual friend.
Down to account.
Don't cry. Say it. Don't cry. That's better. This is just business, isn't it? Just business.
Von
Yep.
Henchman releases a strange whooping bark, and the darkness around you erupts.
There we go.
Fire
Perfect.
burns
Now I
in
can
the
stand
forest.
here, and I can see this guy coming at me, and I can go boom, evasion.
The old man produces
And see
a
this
bow
guy?
from some
Oh, he's got evasion too, I bet.
above.
You see this guy? You know what he's definitely got? That's right, evasion. I hate this video game.
You've dispatched Vaughn's first group of assassins.
I'm so happy there's other people that do things in the content. It's like, goddamn, every single thing that exists in this place having evasion is great.
Ooh, reminds me of my days in the last war. But with
Yeah, you just
more
ride with
chest
Casper.
pain. Too old for this for sure. Come here, we gotta talk about Isabet. She's still alive. I bet my life on it.
You've agreed to help rescue Isabet. To do that,
I don't really want to go first because if I go first, my character's gonna get absolutely destroyed by everything.
To the southeast, grabbing a source lead
You love
first
it?
will help even the playing field.
Don't forget,
Shouts Casper.
those source leads can't go
There
too
are
high
some
or
things
too
that
low
do
without
happen, and
losing
there are
their
some things that I do like.
Keep above the fog and don't try to push over the high
No, I
walls.
can't even hit him with lightning.
Show those
My
brutes
one
they
spell
can't
that
mess
has
with
no
my
saving
girl.
throw doesn't work in the air. Oh
Motley crew
god.
of creatures takes up position on the bridge, spoiling for a fight. The low bellow of an ogre accompanies the shrill cries of goblins.
Damn, dude.
A strange-looking goblin glides
Video
up over the
games.
bridge. The limp form of Isabet lies on his source lead.
It's like
Goblin shouts abuse at his
Ah,
new
it's so good.
escort.
Those nobodies made mincemeat out of your fleabag gnolls.
Again, this is why I like to use Carrion Swarm and Shard Storm generally.
Wait, Goblin Meat. Vaughn said to work together as a pack.
The gnoll snarls as he runs after his retreating comrade. In the distance, you hear the gnoll snarl.
Yep.
We cannot look.
Oh, dude, I'm getting totally carried by Milkman. Here's the thing. Milkman fights, and then I go, take this, Milkman. Get cured. And then he farts fighting the monsters. And then I go, hey, Milkman, you know what you need? Cures. It works out for both of us. Beta stream by trying to get DCs high enough. I mean, I can too. I just don't have them yet. I'm just missing a few hundred numbers, that's all.
A swarm of bats clouds the street before you. Some kind of metal glints
So yeah,
on
we're
their
good.
bodies as they flit about, locking
The Marchmage you are? Look, man, I'm trying my best. Look, I cleared this room all by myself. Look at that. Look at that. I got 6 kills now.
I'll watch your back.
Take this, bomb bats. Oh, what? I didn't do any damage to the bomb bats because they're immune? Because they have evasion?
Inside the bookstore, goblins scramble to release one last clutch of
Get all the evasion. There's your magic missile. I took it off my action bar. I didn't think I would need it. I was wrong about that, but still.
Who's going to explain this mess to the city watch come the morning?
Anyway, it's fine.
Casper as he coasts along behind you. Shadows move among the arches.
Everything's more like Park Mass at the start of the quest mage. Honestly, true. True. Does crafting storage space from DDO store affect every server or only one server? The crafting storage is all servers. Also, things that can go in your crafting storage that you might not know, everything in your ingredient bag, everything in your collectible bag, and also all your filigrees and augments will go in there. Do you store filigrees on one character? Not anymore. Use the crafting storage, which can be sorted alphabetically, so you can see all your filigrees in perfect order to get an accurate count. How do the goblin archers not have evasion? Alright, cool. I'll take it.
Those things are expensive. On we go.
The goblin rogues don't have evasion? Cool. Individuals. I am a concerning individual. Yeah, I could be concerning you.
Defender prowls the story.
The gloves.
Once you get rid of it, this may prove to be a good place to capture prey.
So who knows? I might get the item from this quest, and then I don't have to farm Same Old Song and Dance. It's very convenient that 2 different quests drop the item I need for my set, which is nice. It's like an advantage. It gives me the opportunity to ransack 2 quests instead of 1, which is kind of cool.
Mercenary army?
Yeah, because whichever gloves I get, I'm going to craft the stats from the other pair of gloves onto my trinket. So I just need one of the 2 gloves.
Casper gasps in surprise as he reaches the wreckage of the Magefire
I'm going to drag that over the bag by accident. Yeah.
Now I feel like an idiot. Thank the host you were here.
This city watch station is locked up tight and stands as silent as the grave.
Wait a minute. Your gem bag? You can put your gem bag?
Been given a reason to sit this one out.
That's crazy. I didn't know that.
Casper tells you.
Yeah, Slave Blades is easy.
Sleds might suddenly stop working out here. Be careful.
The mercenary Gish stands here,
his jaws frothing. Goblin says you're strong, but he's just a weakling. Enough waiting! I'll butcher you now!
Enough waiting.
Flesh and keep glory for myself!
You're just gonna
Oh, he doesn't have evasion either. Get wrecked, you fucking idiot. Oh, what's that, Gish? You don't have evasion? Sorry. Should have had evasion.
You're my next meal, goblin meat. Right
God.
after these
What a great mechanic in the video game. I love evasion.
Gish collapses from his wound.
You guys ever fight monsters that have
A
evasion?
chanting voice calls your attention to
Love
the
that.
north and above. A tiefling sorcerer completes his spell on a ledge above you. Gish vanishes, reappearing at the sorcerer's side. With another quick gesture, both the tiefling and the gnome vanish from your sight.
Oh yeah, Urk has evasion. I forgot about this. Whale. Do I have any dots? Nope. Whale.
So that leaves just little old me. A great big bounty, no partner
Fine.
to split
Fine.
with,
Now we got a little bit of
and some
lag.
nice
I hope nobody dies to Urk, because that'd be crazy embarrassing.
all ready for you.
I assume everybody... Oh, the lag's bad. I see him, though.
Sword sled slowly drifts up.
Holy fuck.
Its body lies
Oh,
on the
this is
sled,
bad.
completely still. The goblin is nowhere.
Run, Milkman. I'm healing you. I'm just spamming heals. Okay, this is bad. Okay. This is very bad. I'm just spamming heals into Milkman. Uh-oh. Babooey is dying. I can't heal him. Run away. Oh god, the lag is so bad. Okay, this is not good. Okay, wait, he went the other side. Oh god.
Quest completed.
The goblin.
Okay, the fight's over. Holy
Now
fuck.
that you have time to catch your breath.
Holy shit.
Assassin sword sled descends
Okay, we're good.
slowly, holding the
Also, Horse, thanks so much for giving out 14 subs. Thanks, dude. Welcome to Stream Team Micah 3, Pika Pika, Dio, Teleforce, Troy, Morgo, Twitch, D, Quintino, Lairef, Slave,
I shall
or
attend to it in a
Junkie, MN,
trice.
Developer,
Reached is the
Flinicus,
back.
Scout Racers, Reg, Clyde, and Aaron Doom. Thank you,
Quest
dude.
completed.
I really appreciate it. That's very kind of you, and I appreciate the spirit. I hope you're enjoying the day. It's very, very generous, and
I shall attend to it in a trice.
I'm grateful for the support.
She's gone.
So yeah. Hopefully I'll get the piece of gear that I need. Thank you for the 14 subs, and I got nothing.
Why use your own when you can
Quest
use
No
someone
gloves.
completed.
Rip.
Sorry, sweethearts. Them's the breaks.
The goblin stands at the platform.
Har ha
An
ha!
odd yet strangely
Yep.
familiar blade piercing his torso.
So yeah, unfortunately no gloves for me.
I shall
And
attend to
under
it in a
scaffold,
trice.
yeah.
It's
We
why
could have hit under the scaffold.
meeting like this. Anyway, can't stay.
Yeah, should have gone Gore 3
See a
Shadow
fallen
Dancer? Yeah.
angel about a spell.
There's no
You
improved
know how it
evasion here.
is. See you soon.
I'm still waiting for
The
Horse
city
though.
around you is finally quiet. You now face your most
Yeah.
difficult task.
Wait, are you not? Did you ride with Casper?
What happened to his daughter?
No. There's something in the hardcore type that causes the lag? Yeah, I don't know. Nope. Remember, if you roll to hit like raise, they can't be avoided? They can't be avoided. Oh, I don't know. Come on. Yeah. Sorry, I'm like really tired. Did you find your way up, or are you still stuck? Oh, nice. Come on, horse, pull those gloves. You can do it. I believe in you. You can do it. If not, I'll have to farm out one of these. Katarina's pretty cool. Just don't get hit. That's really important. Brought back the leg to make it authentic? Yeah, they could have. Yeah, good luck. No, I'm good, thank you. Ugh. No gloves. All right. Sheltering, false life. Ooh, a false life item in the interim. I don't want to stand up for 30 minutes, so I'm not going to. So, points destroyed. Get wrecked. But I will hydrate. I had a long day and I'm really tired, so I don't want to. Yep. Destroyed. Absolutely wrecked. Alright. Yep. Destroyed. Oh, we have a space. Somebody left. We got a space in the old Sharn. I didn't even notice. This is what happens when I'm like really tired. Oh, we got 2 spaces. Never mind. Posture check? Guys, my posture is great. Roll call if you still got a spot. Yeah. Oh, I still got a spot. So yeah, absolutely. We just got 2 spots. Get stand up, sitting down is your right. Get up, stand up. Something? Yeah. How's posture of the tree? It's pretty good. It's not leaning over yet. Yes. I'm gonna sell real quick. I need some space. I need some space. One of these. Yeah, I got some gold. I'll probably do some gold giveaways later. I have some there's gonna be more people that need gold. And now that I have been able to recover some of it, it's pretty good. Yeah, I just need to hit camp, man. These last 3 quests plus the saga should give me camp. Alright, that should be good. I just don't want to like go run the adventures by myself. If I was by myself, I would be doing this on hard mode as opposed to elite difficulty. But on hard mode, I'd be like sprinting through this at like the speed of sound. Which makes it very, very easy. Disregard to think we have it covered. Oh, okay, cool. Cool. Man, my brain is just like not here today. Sleepy. What do you guys do? What's the strategy that you guys have for when you're tired, but you know you can't go to sleep early because it'll affect your sleep schedule? What's the solution to that? Coffee? But then that kind of like monkeys about with the sleep schedule. You just sleep? No! Failed teleport. Damn it. Coffee with Bailey's? True. Get anxious about something then you can't rest? True. That's a lot of cards. Oh my god. Yo, we got a lot of card giveaways to do. No problem. I used to be able to do that. I can't do that anymore. I used to be able to do that. I can't now. Yeah, I was going to go to buy Bailey's, but I ended up not doing that today. I didn't stop at the liquor store. I was with somebody earlier today who's like fairly recently sober, and I didn't want to like go to the liquor store while I was with them. I was like, no, don't do that. So I'm going to go tomorrow. Just open the window. And just chill myself. Like chill myself down.
Von Darkano Technic is dealing with a security problem inside this store. For your own safety, leave immediately or face the consequences. The entrance is blocked by a magic field projected by a modified version of
Miri
Vaught's
mint white
arcane
chocolate
system.
mocha. It's honestly not a bad
The
idea.
manager says that Vaught's security detail has kidnapped the informant you were supposed to meet. They're probably holding him somewhere inside the store.
Oh, good lag. Oop. You have to unbreak your oath. Yeah, relog cruiser. Relog and don't jump when you enter. Just relog and don't jump. Yeah, coffee with Baileys is good. Like I said, I just don't have the Baileys. Oh my god, watching everything miss is like so frustrating. This is the reason why I have Acid Well right now. Oh, I actually hit somebody. Nice. But yeah, it takes it's a little bit of extra evasion here. I feel like I'm kind of useless. Like I can't do a whole lot, which is annoying. I do wish there was more I could do. I'm just kind of meandering about, praying I can hit something in here. I'll be able to do stuff later. It's probably a reason to change up my Epic Destinies for like epics for a while and just run Primal Avatar, which I might do instead. It's one of the reasons why I kind of want them to change up how saving throws are calculated in the game. Not because I think that spellcasters should be overpowered, but like there are just some dead zones like Sharn where your character just feels brutal. There's nothing to do. You just like watch as you don't do anything to the monsters. Shrimp, should I aim to max Vistani or Assassin? That depends. Do you want to do more damage or more instant killing? Did you take multiple spell school feats? Do you still take meta magics? Yes and yes.
A small card by the door reads Huslav Nova.
Remember that wizards
Storm
get
Ranger. The door is
5
securely
extra
locked.
feats.
You'll need a key to get in.
So, wizards are 6 extra feats. 5 extra feats. So you can take a lot of them. And there's actually a weird thing. So there's an effect called Spell Specialty. And the way that it works is that with Spell Specialty, if you have like +3 evocation DCs, for example, so you have like evocation, greater evocation, ultra evocation, or whatever it's called, epic, you can then take Spell Specialty for another spell school. So I could take like Spell Specialty Enchantment, and then I get +3 to my enchantment DCs. Fun fact, if I take the enchantment, and then I take Spell Specialty Evocation, I get +3 evocation DCs. And if I happen to take, I don't know, evocation and greater evocation, and then the focus, I get +5 evocation DCs from feats, which you're not supposed to, but I do anyway. So that's what we're doing here. What about the rune arms? Oh, like to hit people? Oh, reflex saves. It's all the same shit. It's all a reflex save all the way down. Is typically normal how to lead effect drop rates? Yes. Your drop rate to get it is 10% from the chest on normal, 16% on hard, and 33% on elite.
This isn't the jungle, Outlander. You can't just blunder around breaking things. The people who matter in this city won't tolerate riots in their shops or attacks on important citizens.
Looking for helmet,
I leave these
arc,
barbarians
steel,
to you,
brim.
my dear. Give them a lesson in civilized behavior. The sky coach flies
Nothing.
off, and the lone remaining Vaughn security officer springs to the attack.
I'll get another one later. What about the arms? Oh, yeah. Well, I was gonna swap out Draconic, but I'm worried about, like, losing defense, so I'm just not going to. You got nothing. Oh, well. Alright, House of Pain. So now House of Pain has the next item, and if I get anything out of that, then, you know, it's all good. I'll farm it later. I'll come in back and get the items in the future. It's not super necessary for me to get all of them right now. Yep. That's perfectly fine. Okay, you farming on elite? Oh, we're doing the quest. There are people in my party that have all their gear and are already done. We have a 400 Reaper XP Blightcaster here. We have a 400 Reaper XP or like 20 Reaper point tank right here, and they are assisting me. Yeah, we're not farming though. We're just doing the whole saga. I need experience points to level up. Mick Cruiser needs experience points to level up. Minilith needs experience points to level up. Milkman needs experience points to level up. I'm very grateful for people who are assisting me through the leveling process. Like I said, I would just be doing this on hard mode if I didn't have other people here in the group. So yeah. And we go here. And I don't want to get killed by assassins, so I'm just going to watch for the woman in black up here until somebody else takes care of it.
You come across a crumbling shrine amidst what appear to be
Yeah, doesn't matter what safe house I picked.
It still gleams
Oh,
with the
so
magic
the way that it
Shorn
works
long vanished.
is that when you go to when you finish it, every single person you have and their rewards spawn. Of course. So if you know, let's say you have like 4 people in fortification, those 4 people and their rewards will spawn when you finish it. So before you do the final one, the mastermind, you want to set up the syndicate the way you want it, because it gives you an extra reward of everybody that's in there. And then once you're done, it scrambles it and sends everybody away and resets it. Largely asleep? Yeah. Ooh, bard buffs. Oh man, that was spooky. Keep that in mind now, but now I killed her and there are safe houses. Do I pick one? No, you loot the whole place. When you're done, you just loot the whole thing. Go loot it all.
What's a treasure chest like that?
You just loot
in
it.
a place like this, you find yourself
Once you're
in a
there, you just go
small
loot everything.
corner Of the vast sewers that snake beneath the city.
You just have like lots of treasure to go search for.
The mysterious Askar Cannon has a hideout somewhere nearby.
Hmm.
Look what the cat dragged in. The crouching half-orc barely seems to be paying attention to you.
Maybe I should be using things with fortitude saves.
Ash the Fairash,
Maybe that's the
bounty
secret.
hunter, is having a hard
I
time
should just
with
use
some
like
kind of
Greater
pipe
Shout here
contraption.
and just spam that.
Maybe you could help.
That would
Ash
probably
the
work.
half-orc shouts down the hall. Huh? One of these lights just came on. Nice job, pal. Ash the Fairash bellows down the hall. That's the second light. Just
we're
one
good.
more to go. Huh?
So it's better 2 kukris or 2 daggers? It depends.
You did it. Ash the Fairash calls down the hallway. You should probably investigate. At first, Lady Thora
So what does it depend on? Number 1, what do you have?
She sighs with exasperation.
And 2,
Cursed contractors. If you want something done right, you've got to do it yourself.
even if we're talking about like oh, there's like you have a few options for kukri, as an example. The kukri and the dagger end up, or if you get they become the same because you get the same amount of bonuses, so it doesn't really matter which one you pick later on when you get the upgrade. During the leveling process, the kukri will end up being better, but they even out because daggers get an extra +1 critical threat range and from the tree. Actually, I think maybe they're one less. I'm not sure. But I'm pretty sure that they even out when you get to level 12, I think. I'd have to read it in the tree. I honestly don't remember. I haven't really played Kukri with the new tree. I'm still out of that one. But I'll look into it at some point later. Right now, I honestly don't know. I'm like unconscious. I don't know what's going on right now.
Thora says, if you want to talk to Evan, you need to do it now.
Armor or docent. Let's go docent. I got nothing. Oh well. Damn. It's not a crazy surprise that I wouldn't get any of the items that I need on the first run through, but it would have been like a nice surprise. Oh, right, I forgot I have some shards. I could actually roll if I wanted to. But I don't think I'm going to roll Sharn. I think I'm not going to roll Sharn. I'll probably roll something else. Because what do I even need for my gear set here? Alrighty. I need some Sharn and then a bunch of Vecna and a couple items at a Feywild. So, like, still just doing sagas for experience points is going to be good for me regardless. But yeah, there's like a couple different options here. Blown deadline. Oh, somehow my gear also saved with a shield in tow.
Pulling the ornate lever triggers a suspicious rumbling in the hall behind you. You've uncovered a secret passage.
Alright. Kukri doesn't get comp threat from Vistani, just comp multi? Oh, it doesn't? Yeah, again, I'd have to look at it, so I don't know. Oh, interesting. So then how would you get comp threat? I guess it would depend on your class. You need, like, dagger mastery. So wait, doesn't that make it so that daggers end up getting better? Well, no, Kukri is still at 15 to 20, right?
A large group of guards
Type of damage? It's force damage.
Defend the doors!
One shouts at command.
Fail, is that good? Yeah, so that's the Cinder Swallow Urn. And it's quite good because while it's active, it, like, burns and devours corpses, which are nice.
Pushing open the doors.
Everything has been shit since then? I mean, yeah, but that's fair.
The heat reminds you more of your time down in the cogs.
That's how it's gonna be.
The flooring suddenly gives way beneath your feet. The rumble and clank of machinery grows louder as you move further down the passage.
Yep. Unveil it and use it? Yeah, those are the two options. Actually unveiling it has a good chance of giving you nothing, so you just sell it unveiled. That's the better way to do it, the safer way. Ooh, the rumbling thunder. This crossbow is vibrating? Ooh, spooky.
And steam hisses from the cracks. The machinery loudly grinds and squeaks. Another pipe breaks, and the machinery itself begins to shudder. Acrid smoke pours from the sabotaged equipment. Pulling the final lever causes the temperature in the room to flare up as system breaks down. Arcane lightning crackles through the grating as the device overcharges and melts. The last piece of equipment in the main manufactory sputters and stalls.
Oh, do you have any premium tabs? That's the secret to selling stuff, is the premium tabs.
And concussive force tear through the building as the main manufactory collapses. A gnome roars at you as you enter the room.
My wonderful equipment! How could you destroy it like that? You'll pay for this travesty!
I mean, even with all the saves, I still did a lot of damage to that thing. If it didn't make it save, I would have done 36,000 with just the rune arm, which is kind of cool. Nothing. For what? Oh. Here we go. But yeah, what you do... Oh, you guys got D-Door? Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, what you do is you go on the trade website and you look up how much it is. So I go Cinder, Swallow, Urn. And then I go Veiled. Yes. And they're selling for unidentified. It's 130 chaos. Wow, those are not cheap. That's crazy. So then what you do is you make one of your tabs public by going to the top of the tab and right-clicking it and setting it to public. And then you put the item in the tab, and then you right-click the item and set the price of 130 chaos, and then you wait for somebody to message you and then sell it to them. And that's how you do it. You just wait and somebody will message you. Yeah, I don't know how to do the middle part. This is new to me. I should probably learn this because people say it's faster, but yeah. There's like a million of them set for 130. Yeah. Okay. I don't know how this works. So now they don't attack us because we talk to them to get passes. So then we go this way. Because every time I've done this, I've always ended up getting into crazy fights and fighting everything. I don't particularly want to get into a crazy fight and fight everything, so... Because if this shit red alerts, I'm going to bounce as fast as I can. Mm-hmm. And now we go this way. And then we're already at the back. I guess, so... Is this faster if you have to fight the bosses? Like, the problem I would have doing this route on this character, at the very least, is simply that the, all of the bosses have evasion. So for me, this would be like a crazy uphill battle for actually taking down the bosses. But, yeah.
Vaunt will be talking on stage for a while.
The evasion would get me, where it's like, oh, fight, now you have to fight Urk with evasion, and you have to fight Gelma, or whatever her name is, Helma, with evasion. You have to fight Zolkis with evasion, and it's like, oh god. Yeah. Good ol' evasion. Evasion! Honestly, after playing through this quest chain, I'm thinking that maybe SSG should just make every monster in the entire video game have evasion. That'd be kind of sick, don't you think?
It's simple enough.
Yeah. Just make it so that fucking, like, when you're fighting the pillars, you know, in what's that quest? In the Sky quest?
If you please.
Or whatever, what goes up? Just do that. Make it so the pillars in Reach for the Sky also have evasion. That's good.
Lucian Vaunt crumples
Yeah.
with a cry of anguish on his lips.
Caneth crystals, you gotta break them, give those evasion. Yeah.
Spectacularly.
Just everything. Yeah. Yeah, what goes up pillars? Give them evasion. Yeah. What else could have evasion? Like, you know when you have to fight doors, right? So, like, you can break doors with, like, strength with enough damage. What if you cast Fireball at the doors and then miss evasion? You know, I think that would be good for the video game, too. Let's just get that thrown in there. Give the doors evasion. Yeah, that sounds good. Trap boxes? Sure, fucking give them evasion. Yeah, that'd be great. Just every crate has evasion, so when you try to cast a spell at it, it's 50. It's sometimes it breaks the crates, sometimes it doesn't break the crates. That'd be pretty good. So when you're like doing, no, I don't know. Just give everything evasion. Yeah, just get it all in there. Sounds good to me. Based on their hinges, therefore could not evade. Nah, but oozes have evasion, and skeletons have evasion, and undead. Oh my god, Aasimar Drassen? Dude, dying to a trap on Pure Rogue? What is happening? What trap did you die to that you didn't know was there? Ooh, Urk had evasion. Nice. Yeah, platforms and newcomers do have evasion, yeah. Keep smashing those crates. And you're like, I can't. They have evasion. The Knoll has evasion. Yeah, between the last quest and this one, he managed to acquire evasion. Yeah, from just business to reach for the sky, Gish gets evasion. That's great. Absolutely magical. I don't want the ring, but I would take the rune arm. Yeah. I'm using heroic breaking the bank. Nice. Alrighty, that's sick. Trying to look for traps in trap chest room and press forwards instead of 2. Oh! God, that's you know, these things happen. Sometimes you die in the video game, and that's just, it's a rough circumstance, but yeah, dude. You hit 32? Nice. In the video game? Very cool. I'm about to hit level 30. Let me just go take my Saga reward here. Let me just take this reward. Oh yeah, look at that. Oh yeah, I could take these cards, but I'm gonna get more cards later. The farming isn't done yet. I'm just gonna grab the XP. Beautiful. Now we grab this. I get my level 30 feet. I get Scion of the Plane of Fire, which is +4 to my evocation DCs, which is pretty good. I'll take that, 10 PRR and MRR and other stuff. I get Emboldened Spell, which is +2 to all DCs. So it's basically +6 to my DCs, which is nice. And I'm level 30, so now I can take +3 to all DCs. I can take Armor Legends, and Maximum Overdrive, and Force Field Generator. So now I'm up to 1400 life. I now have Maximum Overdrive, which is the big button for damage, which is pretty cool. And I get +3 to DCs. And now also, my Epic Mage Armor gives 30 armor class. So instead of 56 armor class, I now go up to 86 armor class, which is pretty cool because it gives one per character level. And it also gives me additional stats based on my Epic Mage Armor, so I get other different like energy resistances, bonuses to saves, and other things. And I can also cast it. So now I can pick my tank and say, hello tank, and give, boom, a increase in armor class now, so they have epic bonuses, so now it increases his armor class, and it stacks with all your percentage bonuses, which is kind of cool. So that's kind of sick. Getting tired of this? Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that happened, dude. This would be more useful for R4s and hardcore. Oh, which one is better? Probably vulnerability stacking, if I'm being honest, because it would be generally better and it applies faster. But you know what's even better for hardcore? Quitting while you're behind. You're tired of this, Luminix. I'm tired in general. I'm exhausted. So I think that's where I'm going to end the live stream for the day. I know shorter than usual, but like I said, it's the holiday season. I'm trying to actually see friends and family when I get the opportunity, so I want to be able to do that. So I appreciate you guys for tuning in. We will be back on Sunday, which is Christmas Eve. So I'll not be streaming tomorrow, but I will be streaming on Christmas Eve. So we'll be around, so tune in for that. But yeah, so I will not be online tomorrow. I have too many other things to take care of and other things to do. So thank you all for tuning in. I hope you had a fantastic time. For life, so consider following. If you don't end up tuning in on Christmas Eve because you are spending time with friends and family, Merry Christmas to all those of you who celebrate, and I hope you get to enjoy this holiday season. Other than that, because this might be the last stream that some people tune into for, before the holidays. So yeah, I mean, I'm going to be streaming, before and after Christmas and all that. So it's not like I'm not going to be streaming. I'm off tomorrow, and some people might be doing other things. But yeah, so again, thanks everybody. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for tuning in. Have yourselves all fantastic evenings, every single one of you. If I hear in the future that a single one of you had a bad evening, I'm coming to your house and I'm gonna make it better. We're gonna get some turkey or something. We'll maybe watch a football game. It's gonna be a good time. So I hope you have a wonderful time on your time. And yeah, thank you everybody. Have yourself a good time. And I'm going.